Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Boom. How scary, how utterly terrifying. I'm the scourge of the world. Oh boy. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. The fuck? Boy Meets Sminny changing his name back to Boy Meets Sminny in YouTube? What the? Joke's on you. I don't look in the worst chat. Fool! You think I look there? No, I don't. Idiot. But you looked? Can you technically say that I looked in YouTube chat when I looked the multi-chat through Stream Elements? Is that me technically looking in YouTube chat? Is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works. Still counts? I think you're just coping. Yeah, I think you're just coping right now. Like, unironically. Cope? Copium? Copium? Cope? 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 Cope?
And seethe, Jack.
Yeah, fucking says you, buddy. Looked at it. That's how you spell equivocating. There you go. Yeah, but it doesn't count. I think you're just kind of coping right now, Boy Meets Sminny. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I think you're just coming up with an excuse. He is very stupid, yes. He is extremely stupid. He's also a 37-year-old man who lives with his dad in his basement and all he does is tweet all day. That's it. Don't say that to Trigger Point. He'll get triggered about it. Actually, you should say that to Trigger Point. Move you there. Play video game. Then yap about things. Yap about lay news. Today is a pretty chill day, though. Can't be too upset about that. Alright. Let's figure out how these wind turbines work. How high up do we need to make these things? Is it a dismantle crate? Oh. Whatever. No power because no water. Why is there no water? Distractors aren't the problem. Is this shipping just being stupid? Well, you did what? Be a bully on the internet? As one should. That dude's a massive pussy, by the way. He'll not respond to anything. Why is there no water going up? But why? I don't know why it's not flowing the way it's supposed to. It's a little weird. This should be functioning. Let's do the IT special of just forehead rebuilding it. What if I just turn it on and off again? Because this could just be the game being a cheeser. Many such cases. Okay. This is so peculiar. This should be functioning. Okay, let's try that. Head lift is exceeding recommended level. That's what it is. The problem is, Boy Meets Spinning, I'm not sure why it's only this segment that's doing it when it was working before, and not any of the other ones. I think this just might be the game being stupid. I think this is the game being very dumb right now. Do I need a fluid buffer to fix this? It'd be kind of hard to do that. Because all the other ones are totally fine. No problems whatsoever. Because, like, every other one of these should just be pumping. And they should all be pumping, no questions asked. They're not. Which is weird. This one just doesn't want to. If I get rid of it. Because I know that the pipes themselves also have a bit of head lift properties in of themselves. It's just not very efficient. Huh? 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 No. Does it need to be put in another segment? This is so weird. Why do you not behave it is? This pipe is past the height limit? No, that shouldn't be it. Because I've done the exact same philosophy for all of the other fucking pipes. Pump not working. Satisfactory. Yeah, it's the gravity tower is the most reliable way. Which is basically, you put a fluid buffer on top of some just ledge. Or whatever. Then you have a pump that pumps up water into the fluid buffer. And then the fluid buffer, you connect the pipe down. That's a gravity buffer. Or gravity tower. I think this is just a quirk with the game. Because this should be working. I do know there's also a quirk Specifically with pipe floor holes. Pipe floor holes are a little weird in terms of their behaviors. Okay, now you want to function. One thing that I do remember is that pipe floor holes, for some reason, are a no-no. Now you want to work. I think it was just the game being stupid. I could get rid of the pipe floor holes. Yeah, I think the game is just being stupid. That's a thing that happens pretty commonly. One of the reasons why I do not like Satisfactory and I like Factorio a lot more is because there are just a lot of strange quirks with this game that I don't really understand why it functions the way that it does. It's like, okay, but like... But why? Alright, how high up do I need to be for these, windmills? We're gonna do some testing. .1? Looks like we're gonna have to go higher. Can we get much higher? So high. Oh. What if I also build it in the middle of, say... A big open sea. What happens there? That's going to be interesting to test. I'm curious. We probably don't want to do it here. No. Oh dear. We're pretty high up. Well, not as high up as we could be, but we're pretty high up. Alright, let's see what we get from here. Ooh, okay. This will tell me the effectiveness. Because apparently these things, they need to be pretty spread apart. So they're not completely ineffective. 12.6. That's it? We gotta go even higher. Well, fuck. Okay. Come on. Give me the lift I want. There we go. You know, the bird's eye view when this is all working is going to look very nice, I have to say. Alright, let's see how effective... Oh, you're spinning pretty fast there, eh? That's only 15? Really? Okay. I mean, we are about at the same level as the Red Forest right there. Which means we have to go even higher. This might be a bit of a difficult proposition because how the fuck are we going to get the cables down here? I don't think this is going to work. But I need more power. Okay, how about another experiment then? What if I build an offshore wind farm? How does that work? Or are the wind farms from this mod purely height-based? Is the question. Because the Mark 1 wind turbines can do about 30 megawatts, which is pretty good. We'll come back for that. What if I go offshore? Like, say, over here. In a complete random corner. How does that function? $6.2. Okay, so that does not have any effect then. It's purely height-based. Fascinating. Okay. Okay. So that does not work then. Okay, so given the fact the wind turbines are completely height-based, we need to come up with a differing solution to our problem then. then perhaps it's time for us to try to use these new turbines we have. Or I just may be scaling up a little too much. That is also a possibility. I do have another set of 2 coal mines that I can use. Oh, I have to get rid of that floating fucking block. God damn it. Easy clap. Okay, let's figure out how this shit exactly works then. These generate 150 megawatts of power. Placed on a converter platform to make a turbine spin with 500 degree steam. Oh, what is this fucking Factorio? What the heck? These have to be placed on converter platforms. Make a arbitrarily big ass area for this. Whatever. This will not be permanent. I just want to see how exactly this functions. Biomass heater used to burn any type of biofuel. Coal heater, which has to be put on these boiler platforms. Okay. So, let's just put this boiler platform here. Put the coal heater on top of it. Coal comes in, something comes out. Boiler not attached, temperature, particle sound, burn percentage. Okay, so is the only thing this thing does is it just produces heat based off of the coal it gets. That sounds in particles as well. Fascinating. Okay, so boiler mark 1s. Can be placed on a boiler platform to boil water into steam. Okay. So you need the boiler and the water for it. Okay, so put this as close to the water as possible. Heater goes here. Boiler's on top. Interesting. This produces our gas. The gas then goes in. To the LV generator, which is attached to the turbine. Like so. Or no, the steam goes inside of the turbine, which goes into the LV generator. That's what produces power. Does this say how much it consumes per minute? CO2 production. Okay. Yes, that's the byproduct. Of which we need the chimney for. But I don't have any mesh for it. which is annoying. So the chimney goes there. The steam cooling tower also goes there. That's for the byproduct of this, which I think then can be looped back around, I believe. So we probably need valves and fluid buffers, I think, if we want this to function. Needs to disperse steam out into the atmosphere. Oh no, that's just for the fuck-ass byproducts from the heater itself. Okay. Or as for the carbon... Right, we need some initial coal to get this whole kick started. So the first we'd think we'd have to make is the carbon dust, which is probably cheap. Then we get some wire. We make the mesh. Okay. And this I don't think we need at all, because we're not going to make carbon automated wiring. Probably not. Biomass heater. Used to burn any type of biofuel which can be turned to heat. Funnily enough, we could actually make use of this. Of these biomass heaters. Because of this. And they changed how this building looks. This thing used to be a lot longer. I used to use this mod. The farming mod. Pretty much the same thing, though. They might have changed some of the recipes because some of these recipes were kind of insane. I can use these to produce biomass. Put them in biomass burners. So now I don't have to use coal. Because these only need seeds. That's it. And these things create biomass capsules. Can be used to produce solid biomass. Can I use the biomass capsules and the biomass heaters? Used to burn any type of biofuel that can be turned into heat. Makes a waste product of carbon dioxide that needs to be vented. Sus. Because if I can do that, I can use those to make extra power. We'll need some water. But that is not a problem. Okay, we can't quite make use of these things. Not really. But those are definitely worth exploring for something. We just need to make the initial carbon-based products. That's the mesh and whatnot. So, not quite there yet. Because each of those turbines is not terrible, and there's going to be better versions of them as well. Those are the Mark I versions. They're 150 megawatts, which isn't terrible. That's actually pretty decent. That's about 2/3 of a fueled power generator, which is pretty good, I have to say. 150 is pretty good. Each one of those coal power plants we have right now is producing 125 after the upgrades. The problem is if we flick on the current factory that we have right now that we're working on, it will definitely cause a power outage. And I don't want to make more coal power. So, Daho, you're just saying that you scaled up too much? Yes. Max consumption, 4,500. We only produce about 4,200. Now, another way I could compensate is with these water turbine nodes and just put a fuck ton of water turbines, because those are relatively easy. It's just set them and forget them. Those probably are not going to be enough either. Very similar to geothermal in that instance as well, where it's set and forget. Very, very similar. Which we will do eventually. Just run around all over the map, snag all the geothermal vents, as well as the whatchamacallits, these water turbine nodes, because it's just free, basically. Like, $8, $5, or $8, $20, and $50, depending on the node, which is just, I mean, it's free power, right? So. Solar power tower acts as a I don't have any versatile frameworks. This one might be interesting as well. Using solar heat. We don't have versatile frameworks. Invalid placement. Oh, these have to be placed on the towers. We can also use these things as well. Dot them around in locations. Problem is they only work during when the sun is out. Molten salt, eh? Max heat 15. We'll come back to that. I'm curious about those as well. I was mostly waiting until I have more upgrades and whatnot before getting started on all this shit. Because I think the biggest problem with the current setup that we have right now, we just have simply too many truck stations. And a bunch of those truck stations aren't going to do anything. So, probably to alleviate some of the power issues that we're probably going to have, we need to cut some things. A lot of things. I do still have one of my other factories that need to be basically taken apart as well. And we can just scale down a bunch of stuff as well. Like, cut everything in half. Or cut a bunch of stuff in half. Yeah, I can't go ham. Because, listen, if I was playing Factorio, for example, this would be a relatively simple problem to fix. Because just, like, I'll just fucking put more things down forehead. Right? Factorio is a very, very easy solution to this problem. Extremely easy. It's just like, okay, forehead, just put more stuff down. Idiot. What are you, fucking stupid? Fucking doofus. Well, you can't put more shit down in your fucking factory automation game? What are you, fucking cringe? What are you... Yeah, each one of these truck stations that are not in use is just a drain of power. So, it's 20 megawatts right there. That'll be a decent little save. Because we don't need that many. We don't. For now, of course. Alright, all these extra pipes. Let's just get rid of them. Concrete unload. Here's the pipe unload. We do need this. Like here. This shitter we don't need at all. We can always put it back whenever we need to, so we can just get rid of that. Right? Yeah, it doesn't look as clean as it could be, but that's fine. I don't really care about that. That's an easy fix. So time to do a bunch of cuts. I know this one is unnecessary. So you're getting cut. These ones are all necessary. You're necessary. Do we need 3 screw unloads? Do I need you? No, you don't. We're chipping away at the problem, so that's fine. These 2 are cables and wires. So they stay. What are these 2 here for? I think it's mostly just to make everything even, but we can always put them back, it's fine. Ain't the end of the world. So those don't do anything for now. What are you for? Is this my steel area? No, it's not. This is simply unmarked. To be determined. This is for steel. Steel beams. You can get cut off. It's fine. What about over here? Output for the copper sheets. Do we need 2 of these, though? We don't need you. You don't do anything. For now. There's still that thing over there that we need to also take apart as well. And a few other shitters down here that also need to get taken apart. So if I just cut off this line right here, then what's our power situation looking like? That one power pole was connecting the whole thing. Boom. We're below our production capacity. Lovely. Although they did not save much. So we're still probably going to have to make cuts. For now. I think the next thing we need to do right now is to get to the next phase and get fuel power going. I think that's probably the most... We need a better source of power generation. Or just make a bunch of carbon mesh. Okay. So, why don't we just deal with that then? I mean, we have a pretty free coal source right there. It's funny how you could see the shadow of the grappling hook for like a second. It's funny. And we can keep upgrading this thing, by the way. This thing's, got quite the distance on it. We don't need to make anything too complicated here. Something simple. Okay. What's up, Sapphic Vibes? You spent your entire day writing Hail Mary fanfiction. Epic. Ah! Radiation level. The fuck? What the cock and balls is that? Thorium? What the fuck is there thorium? Oh. I know. I know. I know why there's thorium. It's this mod. Going, Boy Spinny. What? They should fucking hire you at Marvel to be a writer, bro. Soy! Marvel! We're doing quips! Dude, soy, quips. Holy shit, dude. Yo, epic. Epic sauce. Here's your kind fucking Reddit gold, stranger. Fucking thorium has been added into this game. I mean, that shit's probably not going to be unlocked until we get to nuclear. So, we don't need to think about that at the moment. I guess I'll build the whole thorium process out over into the fucking ether over there. That's probably fine. It'll be far away from everything else. Or further away from everything else. Which is probably satisfactory. And we can always make the road network work for it, so it's fine. If we need to bring in some other necessary stuff for the thorium processing, but we'll get to that bridge when we get there. Well, a lot of things make sense for this game. I know there's like a overhaul mod for this game, which is a whole lot of fucking bullshit, like a lot of bullshit, and makes the game like 10 times more complex. But we ain't doing that. Okay, your purpose is to just make carbon. Not for Factorio, because typically they're able to work on their overhaul mods, you know, say like Pyanodons or like space exploration. Although, you know, funnily enough, Arendelle, who is the developer of space exploration, probably space exploration, worked on Space Age, so which is why it's good. Because space exploration is, I think, one of the most popular overhaul mods on Factorio. I wanted to play it, but I was just like, well, we have Space Age. Same Jeroni literally fucking made it. It's crazy. $40 carbon dust per minute. Alright. I don't think we need a ton of this stuff. I mean, the ratio on this is pretty nice. Not a lot of input. Ton of output. So, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Mm. What do you stack on it to? I'm curious. We'll just stick them in a box for now. Alright, so we need these to make carbon mesh, which requires wires. Wires, and this stuff makes carbon mesh, and then we can make all of the sus, the amugus stuff that we need. It's next to 100? Okay. Hold B to loosen it. What the fuck? Why does it think I'm playing on controller? That's a little sus. That's a little suspicious. Amugus. Let's see. Get a crafting bench. Mesh. No, we can only make... Oh, no, there it is. $15 at a time. Jesus. 60 per minute. That's pretty good. What do these stack to? 100? Okay. These mods are giving us some very odd numbers to work with here. We are getting some strange numbers. Calculated. Not enough space in inventory, though. Center ratio is gonna suck. Whatever. I'm just curious. 40 per minute. Okay. 40 plus 20 to 60. Okay. Interesting. I have enough to get started with the current purposes, though, for the carbon mesh, so it's not that big of a deal. Alright, back to our power generation woes. Because I think we can now squeeze out more power. By more power, I mean probably a lot more. We'll see. We'll see what I cook up. Lovely. Okay, so boiler platforms, you got plenty of mesh to get something going. So we make the boiler platforms. Like so. We get the coal heater. Alright, that arrow tells me how it can be oriented. Lovely. Want them to be like this. Okay. Boiler platform. You go this way. coal heater goes here. With the boiler on top. Kind of annoying that it has to be the boiler on top for more head lift with the water, but there is not much I can do about that. Not to mention, I don't know how much this motherfucker consumes. You can store steam and whatnot. Okay. Then we get the converter platform. That's where we put the steam. Of course, we have to deal with the fuck-ass byproducts. Byproduct for this is the carbon dioxide. We go to the IO right here. We need to deal with the carbon dioxide. Converter platform. Go here. This is where we put the LV generator and the turbine. So. Steam is a gas. Which means we don't have to deal with any headroom looking bullshit at all. That is just not a concern to us. Gases are way easier to deal with in comparison to that of liquids. Also, I don't know how much this ship produces per second. Obviously, I think these things don't have any... No, they do have fuck-ass byproducts. Thank you, U-235. That's what the cooling tower is for. For the steam cooling. Used to disperse steam into the atmosphere. Because this thing produces low pressure steam. So this makes low pressure steam, which we have no use for. It's completely and utterly useless. So that's what we use the steam cooling tower for. So cooling platform goes here. I refuse to acknowledge... Oh, this consumes 300 steam per second? That's pretty good. Okay. That's not bad at all, honestly. Okay. It's decent. We don't have to really care at all about how the pipes are oriented. We don't need to do anything fancy in particular. This is a gas. Gases are very, very easy to work with in Satisfactory. Extremely easy to work with. Since this is a gas, we don't have to think about doing anything special. Alex is not Canadian. Alex only wishes to be Canadian. Which I don't know why Alex would wish to be Canadian. There are better things that you can be than Canadian. I'll say it. I will tread upon the path which no man has ever treaded upon before. I don't know what that does, but I clicked them. Particles and sounds, flush fluids. Okay, the carbon dioxide. That also needs another cooling tower. Was that path being a PNG tuber? Yes. Being racist is a prerequisite. This is true and real. El Fortus fucking Nietus constantly reminds me. That fucking putis.
Putis!
Yeah, literal putis. Do you even know... U-235, do you know where that comes from? Team Fortress 2. Okay. Correct. It's short for put dispenser here. He just knows. That's crazy. 150 per minute. That's very interesting. Okay. I have no idea what a dispenser is.
True, and
I have...
Yeah, that's pretty true.
I've never...
Yeah, that's true.
I have never played Team Fortress in my life.
That's pretty true. I mean...
So I'll take your word for it. I'm just going to say, like, okay, you're probably correct. I didn't know that you had game. I was basically trying to be a bit of an asshole. And you just you just fucking wrecked my shit. I just got fucking owned. Holy shit. Jesus. I got fucking... I got put in my place. I'll say it. I got put in my place. I didn't want to eat that. You don't have any fuck-ass byproducts, do you? Nope. You just vent the CO2. That's all you do. We're gonna be polluting the atmosphere here. Lovely. Okay, but you play fucking Team Fortress, okay? Fucking a bunch of Team Fortress players are fucking weebs, okay? Shut your goofy ass up. Don't let the Fortnite hear I said that, because he will be upset. Actually, no. You should let the Fortnite hear I said that, because he'll be upset. Correction. Actually tell the Fortnite. Also by a nerd? Okay, is that supposed to be like a special moniker or something? Like, hello? Was it... Do you think you're special? For being a nerd? A good one. Don't want that. Okay, so that's the steam. That's the CO2. All that needs to happen now is for us to bring in coal. But how much coal do you consume per second? Or per minute? I don't... That's the only thing I don't know, to be honest. How much coal does this consume? Let me find out. Just grab a stack of it. That have to be a stack. That's fine. Because that right there should be everything we need for an extra 150 megawatts of power. Yeah. Oh, there we go. 15 per minute. So it's the exact same as vanilla. Okay, it's the exact same as vanilla coal generators then. These things are just better than these things. Like, they're just better. But they require a lot more machines. Yeah, they require a bunch more stuff. It's more steps. It's more space. Okay. Like, this is more of like a simpler encapsulated system, but this is literally 4 differing steps. And you have to get the temperature up. And maintain it. Interesting. And the CO2 immediately gets... How much CO2 do these each produce, though? Only 30. And this takes care of about, what? 150 per minute. Okay. So that can sustain about 5. Okay, interesting. Yes, I think you said that before yesterday as well, U235. About Dongfeng. Is that like Donphan's long-lost cousin? You know, Dongfeng? Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Okay, so each one of these is consuming 100 per minute. Okay. I've connected those to 8, which is 200 per minute. Okay, that's how I attach you to the power network. How much water do these things consume? If it's like the normal coal generator, these things should then consume, what, about 40-ish water per minute? Something like that? Okay, let's figure that out. Let's see. Okay. Here is our one humble water extractor. U235 out here just talking about random car shit. I'm just like here building a fucking goddamn power plant, not giving a fuck. It'd be like that. Alright, well, you want to be a fucking bum cheek? Fine, be a bum cheek. Jesus. Fuck you. Okay, let's not overly complicate the infrastructure itself. We're just going to do that temporarily because I just need to see the consumption numbers. I just need to see what the numbers are. I just need some numbers. I just need some numbers. I need to have an understanding with what I'm working with here.
The memes.
Did I run out of fucking coal in there? Son of a bitch. Okay, we did run out of coal. Fuck my life. Yeah, we ran out of coal. Annoying. That should be fine, because that'll fill up relatively quickly. I just need to see what the numbers are. I just need to get an idea of the numbers here. That's all I need. I just need the numbers. I don't care about anything else. I need numbers. And to see what we can do with the biomass versions of these things. Because what I could do is with the farms that will build eventually, Boy Meets Many, okay? What we can do is we can grow mycelia, import in the mycelia to over here, turn it into biomass, and then cut out the coal completely. And then I can use the coal for literally anything else. I just need some numbers. That's all I need. I just need some numbers. I need to see what I'm fucking working with here. Because this is 15 per second. That's fine. It's simple, clean, easy, blah, 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 blah. I just need an idea. How much steam does this thing produce? How much water does it consume? I'm assuming this is probably going to be a 1-to-1 ratio of the water into the steam. I would assume. Those are my thoughts. But okay, it's starting Boy Meets Many. Yes. The dumb fuck, low IQ, fucking Emiru simps and Asmongold simps are starting to find the video. Yes. Fools. It's exactly what I want you to do. Fools! You're playing straight into my trap. I'm really hoping that this is all going to be 1-to-1 ratios. I hope. Because that would make my life a lot easier. Yeah, sub to the YouTube. We're at 731 subs. Number must go up. You know how it is. These are really well-made buildings, though. The modder did a great job. Okay. Do I have too much head lift? Too much head lift. Fuck my life. Can I get my numbers now, please? Ugh. Ugh, brother. Okay, okay. Thank God. Okay, at least this is 1-to-1 rate. Okay, actually, okay. Actually, this is not too bad. This is actually not too... Okay. 45 per minute. Makes 60 per minute. And it's 1-to-1. Okay. Okay, that's actually not too bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. It's at 0.2. Well, it's trying to spin up, but... so far, it's not going well. Why is that? Because of the water. Why is there no water? Because the pump isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. Because we need another pump. Excuse me. Leave? Oi, putis. Get. Going on get. Alright, now you're trapped, idiot. Daho, why would you trap that innocent creature? 'Cause, I'm racist. And bigoted. Obviously. Can I cheese this? I can't put this... Well, it's still doing its own thing. This, because these things do have their own head lift. At least they're supposed to. I'm racist to a lot of things, okay? Shut up. I have a lot of hate in my heart. For good reasons. Okay. If we want to be, like, really fucking stupid and annoying, fine. Okay, there we go. We are getting some motion. Alright, this is still not flowing in like it's supposed to. Why? Flow rate of the carbon dioxide. That's fine. Why are you being very putis right now? What's our head lift? 22? What the fuck? Bruh. Alright, fucking... Work, you bastard. There we go. We're getting some motion. It's working. It's working. It's working. Look at that. That's 150 megawatts right there, baby. That's 150 megawatts right there. And we can do it like this. Okay, this consumes about 150 per minute. These each consume... Okay. Alright. So, our numbers, what we're working with here. These things are... The coal heaters consume about 15 coal per minute. So, one of these bad boys, we can have up to 16 of the coal heaters. And obviously 16 of the boilers themselves, right? We all following along? Do we all have... Are we taking notes? Is the class taking notes? Because we actually have some pretty decent ratios we're working with here.
Fake news.
So, one power shard in a water extractor, it's 180 per minute. 180 cubic meters. That's enough to supply 4 of these things. 4 of these boilers. Because each one consumes about 45 per minute. As for the ratios for the steam into the turbines and all that other stuff, that's 1-to-1. We don't have to concern ourselves with it. It's very simple, very clean, very easy. Simple and clean. Kingdom Hearts. Low pressure steam. We need for the coolers. That's about 1 can handle every 5. Okay. Okay. So, I can, or what I can do here, is that there are 2 additional coal mines over there. We can make a pretty long belt. Bring a bunch of coal here. burn it. That'll get us about an extra 2,400 megawatts. Of power, which should be more than enough for our purposes. Put this. All right, it's a good one. Good one, U235. U235. Good one. Have you ever considered that maybe you're just putis? How about them apples? Maybe you're just the putis. The only problem is that we're gonna have potentially a bit of a space problem. No, you're not. And if you were, why would you want to be the Putis Whisperer? Why? Like, are you trying to summon El Fordus Netus here? You don't want that at all. Yet. Boy meets mini. We have a code red. We have a fucking Putis trying to summon the Putis. Yeah, that's not allowed. That's a code red. Yeah, you need to be eliminated with extreme prejudice.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Nah, that's not a bunch of malarkey. What you're doing right now is a bunch of malarkey. You're the one who's doing the putis spam. Trying to summon the fucking putis. That's not allowed. We don't do that here. You understand?
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah, you're getting fucking... Donald Trump's gonna kill you. Probably. Or something, I don't know. Okay, I need to move this all over. By several tiles. Trump probably have to go after 100 individuals before ever even catching me. Okay, like... Alright, How do I... Okay, I have, like, a bevy of options here. For as to how to proceed. None of which are good, okay? Get the Pepes out. Get the Pepes out. Pepe. It's a Pepe moment. We're Pepeing right now. Will summon the Putis army to... Boy meets mini. Extreme prejudice. Yeah, you're getting sent to Pazuzu. We got another sacrificial MILF situation here. This is crazy. I never would have thought it'd be possible. I thought there would be only one sacrificial MILF, but now there's multiple? Taking differing forms? What is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, you're getting sent to fucking Pazuzu. That's over for you. No, you're not. And also, you don't want that. You don't want to be the god of Putis. Why would you ever want that? That's actually illegal. So like being a god? Yeah, but you're like the most mid-god of all time. Like, of all the things that you could be god of, you choose fucking putis? The fuck? Why would you want to be the god of putis? Imagine being the god of El Fordus Netos. Why would you want that? Ew. It's disgusting. Fox of Fate. Oh, now it's more cringe Boy Meets Mini viewers. XD. XD, dude. XD, dude. At least not 235. That's true. I mean, that's true. I like, well, you know. They got me there, guys. They got me there.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty true. I mean, it's true. I mean, it is pretty true. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true. You're not trying to like be putis or something, which is like that's never a good thing, by the way. Never go full put, ever.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
No, that's not trolling. You're that's suicidal empathy, folks. Gad Sad has been telling me so much about suicidal empathy. Him and Ali Beth Stuckey. Very smart people, let me tell you, folks. Ali Beth Stuckey, rather. Gad Sad is a very sad individual. Very... like, he's just such a wannabe fucking philosopher king type character, and he's just, like, very boring. Like, he's so desperate for some fucking form of relevance. It's like, okay, bro. More like fucking Matar Chode, dude. Gad Sad thinks he's like a fucking philosopher when he's not. I don't even know what Gad Sad does. Like, he's just like he just exists. He's like a Quark of Canada or something. Like, too uninteresting to be like a Jordan Peterson type. Even though he's like very desperate to try to be one. It's very weird. It's strange. I don't even know who Schwartzman is. Like, you're just saying words. They mean things. I don't know who the fuck that guy is. I'm just gonna assume. Cringe Lord. Israeli Russian. Oh boy, that's a combination. That's just an XD right there. And a racist. That's true. And real. Okay, so, we're trying to make 16 of these things, right? Well, hopefully these all fit. I don't think they're all gonna fit, guys. Listen, maybe he just likes, I don't know, like, wannabe dictators or something. I don't know. Listen, you can't, drive down the hustle. Man. I respect the hustle, Pepe. Yeah, next he's gonna be Argentinian. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. The fuck is Nikita Macepin? I mean, these are like people who exist or something. Like, these are words in the dictionary, probably. Like, I would assume. Russian war crime billionaire Nepo baby son who raced in F1, eh? Fun. Fucking oligarch dipshits. Love those guys. Pepe. So, fertilizer, yeah, you know, petrochemicals, Russia, makes sense. And then white phosphorus. Well, one of these things is certainly not like the other. And he's close to... all of the oligarchs are close to Putin. They have to be. For their own protection. For their own survival, they have to be. Okay. So, for each one of these things, we make our boiler platforms, and then we have to make the associated converter platforms right next to them. I need iron rods. Of all the fucking things I need iron rods. Okay, dude. I placed these the wrong way. You know, names are being said stuff as if they're supposed to mean something. But, you know, I have no idea who these people are. I don't know, I could do like the Russophobe thing and just say probably no good because Russians are never up to anything good. But I'm not going to. I'm a bigger man. Felipe Dragovich. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Fucking Spanish first name, and then about as fucking Russian last name as it gets. That's funny as fuck. He's Brazilian? Do you mean Brazilian Russian, right? Like a Russian Brazilian. That's fucking that's good. That's awesome. It's great. It's fantastic. I rate it. Oh, man. Got stuck. Very cool. Epic. Based. Poggers. My doggers. Coggers. Coggers? Are we cogging? I'm cogging. I'm cogging out right now. Okay, I have to ask myself this question now. Would it be more worthwhile for me to replace all of these fucking turbines, or not turbines, these power plants that we have with all these shitters? Because now I'm starting to ask myself some questions. What exactly would be better? These things are more efficient and I think produce more power. Okay, let's think about this. So this area produces about 3... it definitely would use less water, I think. Okay. Keep them, but I want to use a more efficient option, because if I can get more power, then that's great. Okay. The benefits of these coal generators. I have one more upgrade for them, and then they'll produce about the same amount of power as one of these things. These are definitely more space efficient and less complex. That is for certain. However, these things, I'm pretty sure, definitely consume less water, produce more power, but can't be upgraded. But even if these things are upgraded, they'll consume more coal than these ever. I think I do on it, because space is basically unlimited. I think I do replace these coal power plants, the coal power generators, with these boilers. I think in turbines. I think I do. Oh no, we're gonna definitely use coal. The problem is not that we're not using coal. That's not the issue. It's like, what's gonna be the more efficient design? That's the question. But I just built all this shit. I don't want to fucking take it down again. God damn it. Son of a bitch. I wonder. Well, yeah. Obviously, coal is always the greatest thing given to God. God made coal so I could exist. That's why, folks. Okay, the question is that it's not that we're not. Obviously, we're gonna use the fucking coal. The question that I'm asking myself, is it better for me to use these turbines, this whole infrastructure, instead of just this? That's the question I'm asking myself right now. You fucking putis. Okay, cut these off. Keep the ones you already have. Yeah, but I want more power. I want more power. I want more power. No, it's not a good idea. Because one of the limiting factors in this game is limited amount of nodes. And coal is useful for other things. More useful things. Besides being used for a system of power that's about to be made obsolete in the next phase. Well, maybe not obsolete, but not as effective. Efficiency is cringe and woke. You're cringe and woke. How about them apples, huh? Australian, they, them. Seems kind of woke and liberal. What are you, woke? Do you think that you could be woke around me? That's not how that works. They, them. These them, they, thems, folks. We have to do something about them. You know, we have to do something about it, folks. They just continue to fester and just exist. And I don't think it's a good thing, folks. I think it's pretty bad, actually. I think I do the replacements because here's the thing. With this thing's consumption of coal, I get the same amount of power for half the price. Each one of these produces 150, but I can have double the turbines. So I think I do replace all of this with these turbines. And these are only the Mark 1s. Obviously, these things probably get better, I'd assume, as we head up into the phases. I think I replace all of this stuff. I think I do. Half the price for double the fucking profit? That seems really good. All of my instincts are telling me that this is the correct thing to do. Yeah, you're gonna complain. Whatever. Fuck you. Like, it consumes less water. It just consumes less of everything. It's just, I think it's just better. Also means I can use less water extractors, which means not as much power is being used for pumping. I think I commit to this. I think it's definitely the correct decision. But Daho, what about all the fuck-ass byproducts? Here's the thing with the fuck-ass byproducts. Most of them are gases. And since most of them are gases, it means they are rather easy to deal with. But yeah, I think I just rip all of this up. And go again. Alright. We rip everything up again. And then we go again. Get up there. Go again. Go again. Go again. Go again. Alright, just let the coal that's in those shitters get burnt out. So then I don't have as much inventory to take care of. Then we rip everything to shreds. The only nuisance about all of this is having to kickstart this, but that's whatever. How much power do you consume with one thing? 34.2? 20. Yeah, we'll be saving also a decent amount in terms of power, because we can cut off an extra water extractor each time. So this will also save us power. It'll produce more and save power at the same time. I think this is definitely the play. It just takes up a bunch of extra space. Well, we're just going to have to build up higher. What's a couple of extra pumps to anyone? I'll make sure to not use the pipe hole. Forgot to cut off the other mines. You are cut off, and you are cut off. I'll make a pipe logistics floor as well, I think. A logistics floor for your power plant? Yes. See? Daho, isn't this like the third time that you're doing this? Yes. That is the point of factory games. You make a thing, you say, actually, that's not good enough. This is dog shit. And then you tear it up, you fucking do it again. It's kind of the point. This ain't like Factorial where I have all this shit on the back of my fucking hand. I don't. This is modded stuff I'm mostly working with here. And from what I'm seeing, half the water consumption, well, about half. It's more like 40% less water consumption less power consumption on the water extraction, and also less coal consumption for double the power. Seems, or I get double the power out of the exact same sort of stuff. The math is mathing. The math is certainly fucking mathing. So that's what we're going to do. And when the math maths, it maths. Put that on a fucking t-shirt or something. When the math maths, it maths. Real question. Have you looked into any alts to Discord? Really, the only alt to Discord that exists is TeamSpeak. That's it. That's the best alt to Discord. Why? What stupid shit has Discord done this time? Oh, I have my fucking water turbines to act as my fucking Kickstarters. Yes. Perfect. 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 Perfect, perfect, perfect. We just need to cut them off from everything. That should cut them off from everything. Lovely. You want to migrate off Discord for privacy purposes? Then you're cooked. Yeah, you're cooked. There's not really any alternative to Discord, I'm going to be honest. There really is not one. The fuck is a fluxer? Oh, I guess that's case in point right there. Open source Discord clone that you can host yourself. Well, that seems decent. That could certainly do the trick. Problem is, would it be popular enough to cause a mass migration? Probably not. Oh, there we go. The shitters are out. Lovely. Now we can start to rip apart all this stuff and not have that much coal to deal with. It's exactly what I wanted. Fool, that was what I wanted. It's under EU protections as well. Interesting. Why the fuck is it under EU protections? It's based in the EU, I guess. Sweden. Slight problems, though, Boy Meets Mini. Unfortunately, you are going to be dealing with the EU's current attempt to try to crack down on democratic principle and free speech. So, not exactly the squeaky clean solution that you may be thinking of there, bud. You're now going to be dealing with also EU speech regulations, which are not as laissez-faire as that of America. So, not exactly foolproof there, bud. I mean, the United States has already headed that way. However, the mechanisms exist still and will probably never be taken apart to essentially be able to... Well, unless the complete fascist takeover happens. Unless that happens. The mechanisms of free speech, those are never going anywhere within America. Because if they were to go somewhere in America, people will come out and be like, what the fuck? And throw giant temper tantrums about them. And be very, very fucking annoying. For correct reasons. Would they, though? Yeah, the liberals would. The conservatives be a coin flip. Mike Johnson said he wants to spend $300 billion on anti-communism. Yeah, it's because he's coping and seething about the fact that McCarthyite propaganda is not working. There's a Bell the Ranch video about how, like, Red Scare bullshit just does not work on the youth. Because, think about it for 3 seconds. The current economic throes and problems is being caused by the system that Mike Johnson is currently glazing right now. It's not going to work. Period. Because it's just like, you know, how about, all of this, all this, like, socialism stuff is, like, kind of stinky and icky, isn't it, guys? I don't know. Currently, the system that we have right now is capitalism, you know? And I don't have any job. I don't have any prospects for being able to get a home. I don't really have much of anything going on in my life. I'm a fucking neat fucking chud. And I really have not much of anything going on in my life. So I don't know. The socialism stuff actually sounds kind of based, guys. So, like, I don't know. If socialism is free stuff, then sign me the fuck up. Listen, Gamer Jam. The hypocrisy will never be lost on us. Okay. We have ripped everything apart. Aaron, personally, I don't think capitalists deserve fairness. They never operate in good faith, so they don't deserve it. True, Fox of Fate. It'll all trickle down eventually, Pepe. Don't worry, like there will eventually be the billionaire gamer tinkle. Oh, they'll like piss on us or something, and then we're all gonna be thankful for it. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And just enough space. Some of these are misspaced, and that will annoy me. Yeah, some of these are fucking misspaced. God damn it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Perfectly spaced. Ugh. Ugh. don't want to raise the level of my platforms too much, because if I do, I'm gonna build the logistics floor anyways for this. I think I do raise the level of my platforms then. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. Well, we're taking apart these platforms anyways, so it's fine. I wish there was a better way to do this. But there isn't. Which is very cringe. Okay. Oh, we've done this song and dance before now. We do it again. Oh my god, again. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and that's 16. There's definitely not enough room, but we can easily extend that outward that way, so that's fine. Converter platforms. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Lovely. Did I build these far enough apart? That's a different question. Did I also build these in a way where I can easily get their, I need wire. I need wire. That's where I can get the fuck-ass byproducts out in a not shitty manner. This all may need to be spaced out a little bit. Perfect. That does not clip. That is pretty good. And if I have to bring the byproducts under the ground, which I think I will for these shitters, aka the carbon dioxide, then that's totally acceptable. And we'll do this specifically only for the carbon dioxide, because carbon dioxide only is a gas, which means it doesn't matter what you do to it. Thank you, Zane. Yeah, we have the other Putty spammer. And that works. That works. That works. Okay, cool. Proof of concept. Damn, that's fucked up. Boy Meets Mini, are you gonna take that? What? It's so Jover, dude. The fucking goddamn Daboo-Boo. Get Daboo-Boo the fuck out of here. This fucking Daboo-Boo spam. Somebody get Daboo-Boo out of here. Okay, assuming everything goes well, I think we'll be able to produce 9,600 megawatts. 150 times 64. What's up, Big Jerry? Yo, W. Oh, we are gonna have some space issues. Oh, we're definitely gonna have some space problems. That's always annoying. The next row will probably go up to about here. And then that'll pretty much be the wall. Which means you have to go this way. It's not ideal. You know what? Fuck it. I think it's fine. Need more modular frames. Which I don't have on me. Oh, I should not have removed that. What am I doing? I needed that. Whatever. I'm gonna need a lot of modular frames to make this shitter work. But when she's all said and done, it's probably going to be a pretty decently sized project. But it should satisfy my power needs. Until we get to fuel power. Actually, give me all of these. Probably don't need all of them, but I'm probably going to need a lot of them. It's almost been 3 hours. Probably should eventually start yapping about the topics du jour. Well, luckily they're not too long. Not too extensive either. So it's whatever. It's kind of whatever. Famous last words. I know, I've said this before. God damn, I'm gonna need a lot of reinforced iron plates. Might end up keeping a Discord DM group alive with most, if all of you in it, while I figure out what next places to go. That I mean, that's fair, Boy Meets Mini. Honestly, like, okay, when it comes to the privacy concern stuff in like Discord, the main issue is like, um, the main issue is that it's all basically fucked. Privacy has essentially been dead in America ever since the passing of the fucking Patriot Act. Like, doy, obviously. You don't need me to tell you that. And the problem is because of how monopolistic everything is in terms of concentrations of, like, platforms and power and whatnot. It's made it such that you're not going to get any optimal solutions to any of these problems anytime soon because there's just no alternative available. Because why should there be? So it's all just kind of fucked. There's not a lot you can do about it. Banning people for being obnoxious. Not going to name names. Makes you name names, Clueless. Names them, smile. Oh, I might as well just fucking take all of them. Gimme. We're going to need a lot of that stuff. That might not even be enough. Yeah, it might be, actually. Whew. Well, that's one row constructed. Here's the problem. We have to do 4 more like these. Ick. Daha, why don't you just use robots to copy everything and do it all over? Those don't exist in this game. No, no robots. No mindless worker bees. You can just place things for you. Drat. Drat indeed.
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize.
Boilers. And there's the generator. That'll make my life easier. Well, 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 if it isn't a LARPing Canadian. You heard me, Buster. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Just because of that, just like that one, I don't remember which state it was in, but there was like one fucking a Republican representative who was like complaining about like, why is Canada sending all of its smoke at us? What is this? It was like the dumbest shit on the fucking planet because there was a Republican saying it, so obviously it was stupid. It's like, yeah, man, Canada was totally blowing a bunch of smoke in your direction. Sure, because that's how that works. Fucking idiot. Okay, I should save my game, though, before I get too tired. We do have something that we need to talk about. Huh, maybe not need. That we should talk about. Although that burning maple leaf smell of Canadian freedom, don't get your hopes up. Do not get your hopes up too much. You know, America's gone its austerity. Same with the Europeans. It's time for us to get our austerity now. Okay. I'm gonna grab some water, gamers. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, do all that stuff. And then we will talk about the topics du jour. I'll be right back, gamers. Well, I mean, Alex, you want to know why we're having negative net migration? It's because we're kicking out all the immigrants. That's why. We're kicking them out. We're kicking out all the shitters we brought in with our boneheaded fucking program. Which obviously did not work. Obviously. Alright, go here. Favorite shitter. And it's time to go. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. More yapping about Israel. I love Israel. Our favorite, I don't know, fucking ethno state in the Middle East to constantly fucking talking about to talk about. But Ro Khanna recently got detained by the IDF while visiting the West Bank and just asking some questions. You know, doing a little bit of quote unquote jacking off, our favorite activity to do in these spaces. Love constantly asking some fucking questions. But Ro Khanna doing a little bit of I've been seeing this like interview make the rounds, where like Ro Khanna was kind of doing some like equivocating about the actions of Israel, talking about like, well, you know, maybe if the Palestinians weren't so fucking violent within the West Bank, then Israel themselves would not need to be violent. I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, but obviously that's really stupid for multiple fucking reasons. Maybe if the apartheid state didn't exist, as is probably is going to be said here, I think by Jeremy Scahill and what's her name? Mesa Mustafa. Just maybe, you know, if the conditions on the ground for the Palestinians weren't as bad as they were, then the resistance against the Israeli occupation probably would not have to be as aggressive as it is. Because here's the thing. If the Palestinians, all right, were to kill IDF soldiers or Jewish fucking settlers, for example, on their land, resisting the illegal occupation, they would be covered under international law. That's just a fact. Period. End of story. If they were to take this to trial to the international courts, guess what? The Palestinians would have protections because what Israel is doing in the West Bank is illegal. Period. End of story. So, like, doing the like constant equivocations, trying to blame the Palestinians in terms of how they are resisting, I always find to be very, very silly, because it's just like, dog, Israel has made it very clear that what they want to do is inherently fucking violent. The only option that is left for the Palestinians is violent fucking resistance, whether you fucking like it or not. Like, sorry, it is what it is. I know that a bunch of, like, the Zionists were, like, hyper-specifically focusing on what Jeremy Scahill was saying about October 7th. I could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. Obviously, were there bad stuff that happened on October 7th that was perpetrated by Hamas? Yes, but it came from somewhere, aka the actions of Israel within Gaza. So it's not like Hamas randomly decided to be like, you know what, we're going to do an attack on a bunch of random kibbutz within Israel, and we're just going to rape a bunch of people just because we feel like it. It's like, that's not how that works, man. They also try to say that it was coordinated with Iran. There's no evidence to say that Iran did any coordinations with the Al-Aqsa flood, the name of the operation, by Hamas, to say that the Iranians had any idea about what Hamas was doing. In fact, U.S. intelligence indicates that Iran was actually very surprised and saying like, oh, you guys did an attack. It's crazy. Because we all know why the attack even happened to begin with. It was because of the fact that the Abrahamic Accords are being signed and the potential avenue for allies to continue to resist for Hamas, dwindling and dwindling and dwindling. So at this point, it's just like, well, fuck, we have to do something to disrupt the Abrahamic Accords at any cost possible in order to make it look as unpalatable as possible for Israel to partner with the Arab states. So, yeah, we're going to have to do this military operation, or quote-unquote military operation, in order to try to disrupt the Abrahamic Accords, which they were successful with, right? They were absolutely successful in that objective. They managed to disrupt the Abrahamic Accords because the Israelis obviously reacted about what they expected, and that was by trying to ratchet up the ethnic cleansing within Gaza. I'm not saying that it's good that that's the strategy that Hamas chose. Hamas has made it clear that they don't really give much of a shit at all about the people living within Gaza, so long as they can continue to exist as a political entity. That's what they fundamentally actually care about, of course. So, not saying that what Hamas did is good, obviously not, but it's just like, dog, it makes sense that they came to that fucking conclusion considering the current conditions that they're in right now, because all they care about is their own survival as an entity. Anyway, I'm going on a little bit of a preamble, a little bit of a ramble here. Drop Site and Ro Khanna, what do you got for me, buddy?
Masa, what do you think?
We talked a bit about this because I remember that you asked something along the lines of if Hamas was, the governing if there was a state and Hamas was, the governing body, would we be okay with that? And I responded and said, Hamas has been very, very vocal. It's been from the beginning, Hamas would not exist if there wasn't an occupation. The second the occupation ceases to exist is the second that the need to resist ceases to exist, right? So,
Mesa, whatever. She's just correct here, by the way. Yeah. If there was no need to resist against Israeli occupation, then why would there be a Hamas? There would not need to be a Fatah or the PLA, I think it's called. No, the PLO, under Yasser Arafat in order to create a secular nationalist fucking movement in order to be able to resist against Israeli occupation as a byproduct of the Nakba. That would just not have to be necessary. Then Israel would not have to have a foil in Hamas to give them funding and try to radicalize them. Yeah, there would be no PLFP. There would be no what's the other faction within Gaza that also violently resists? Because there's another one besides PLFP. Or like any of the Marxist-Leninist movements that exist within Palestine. They would not exist if it were not for the actions of Israel. Like that's extremely obvious. Like forehead.
I see what you're saying, but I agree with Jeremy in the sense that there's a double standard to what you are saying, and you've seen yourself now that you've been to the West Bank. A lot of these parents that are talking about their kids being murdered can't even go to where their son was murdered without a bulletproof vest on. It is a violent place. Whether or not we could talk.
I think there was like a recent not documentary, but there was like a recent post that I saw about some Palestinian father who finally, after like years, was able to visit the grave of where I think his son died. Basically, listen. I've said this before and I'll say it again. If Israel could take the opportunity to be as evil as possible, they will. They don't give a shit. Israel has made it very, very clear that if they can be evil, they will be.
About peace, but the violence is there, and the only way a lot of times is to defend yourself. It's with violence, which is something that is stripped of the Palestinian citizen. I could be in my house and I could have 50 settlers. I talked to an American citizen in Deir Dawan. 50 settlers came to her house, and the Israeli police said, "Why don't you defend yourself?" And she said, "I would be the one."
I mean,
that
you
gets
can't.
Shot if I.
Yeah, you just can't, right? Like, because if you do defend yourself, the IDF gets called in, and then, you're probably going to get shot or detained by a military tribunal where you're going to be found absolutely fucking guilty and more than likely tortured in some random fucking hole that Israel fucking built. Like, that's the problem. All of the avenues have been for resistance have basically been completely and utterly destroyed.
I defended myself. So there are a lot of cases where, as much as we want to be, romantic about the situation, we have the Second Amendment here in the States where, a lot of people would say this is the safest place in the world. Sometimes the only way to defend yourself is with, armed resistance. So,
true.
I don't know.
And by the way, any violence that's done on the settlers by Palestinian resistance within the West Bank is legal. I'm going to say this. It is legal under international law because, again, I don't remember which resolution the name is under the Security Council, for example. But the treaty of 1967, which was negotiated within the UN, which was essentially agreed to by pretty much all the fucking sides, except Israel, of course, gets constantly fucking violated. It was even fucking voted in and implemented. And it's just like, dog, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, seriously, like, this is the current agreed upon fucking treaty, which the Israelis refused to sign because of some legal loophole they basically found. Bunch of bullshit, basically. In order to be able to continue with the attempted settlements of the West Bank. Even the United States fucking signed that shit back in 1967. Everyone signed it except Israel. So, as far as I'm concerned, everything that those motherfuckers are doing is illegal. I forget the name of the UN Security Council resolution, but it's not particularly important. What is important is to acknowledge the fact that, the actions that Israel is taking within the West Bank, if the Palestinians actively resist against that, it is legal.
we talked about this, and I do appreciate that you were listening to people, because you had these conversations on the ground. But I do still think that there's some room there to understand that this isn't just armed resistance doesn't exist just because these are violent people. It's the final. We've tried the UN. We've tried the Oslo Accords. We've tried everything. In the end, this is what needs to happen.
Yeah, I just think the question is whether shifting in American foreign policy can open the doors towards ending the occupation and pursuing justice. But
Well, the only thing that can be done basically is to have just some form of, well, it has to be the United States has to basically step in order to rein in Israel. That's literally the only option.
I'll leave my position there.
Because, like, Ro Khanna has said before that he is pro cutting off aid to Israel and whatnot. He is okay with stopping support to Israel because they keep violating international law. But for some reason, he's having like this strange equivocation about armed resistance the Palestinians are doing. Again, armed resistance the Palestinians are conducting within the West Bank is protected under international law because Israel is currently fucking breaking it. So if there is violent fucking resistance against that, then that is fine. It is legal under the international sort of, structure of law, because again, Israel is the main one of violating the main a UN resolution that was signed in 1967. But the thing that I think specifically people are all complaining about is right here, where all these like dumb fuck neoliberal blue MAGA types and Zionists are saying like, oh, even Ro Khanna is not pro-resistance enough for drop site news. Yeah, look at these like these fucking extreme lefties. This is the Jeremy Scahill clip that's been making the sort of rounds here. What do we have here? Although if I were to make a bet, the shit's probably more than likely cut off.
Israeli civilians are dying in these attacks because of the apartheid. Do Palestinians have a right to kill Israeli soldiers, Congressman? On October 7th, when they attacked the military bases in the Gaza envelope, did the Qassam brigades and Suraya al-Quds have a right to kill Israeli soldiers? Yes or no? On October 7th, did Palestinians have a right to attack Israeli military bases in the Gaza envelope? Yes or no?
I mean, I think October 7th attack was a terrorist attack, so I don't
Was it a terrorist attack when the first targets that were hit on the morning of October 7th were multiple military bases? Did Palestinian forces have a right to attack those military bases?
That's an interesting question, actually. Do they have a right to hit the military bases, the Qassam brigades, which I believe are the more disciplined units of Hamas, of the military branch? Do they have a right to hit those military targets? Well, technically speaking, the war between the Palestinians and the Israelis is, in a technical sense, still going on. So, in that particular respect, yes? Yes. Because they're military targets, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's justified. You can justify that, certainly. Obviously, the shit that happened after the military, the military sort of, not occupation, operations, where they went to all the concerts with the more, like, the lesser disciplined, like, foot soldiers they have. Who are more impetuous, not as well disciplined or probably trained or whatever. Again, terrorist organization, they're not perfectly disciplined or trained, blah, 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 whatever. We all know. The guys who more than likely did the kidnappings and the rapes. Was that justified? Probably not in a sort of militaristic sense. But in terms of like a attempt to try to get negotiated leverage in terms of negotiations against the Israelis, technically speaking, it's not good that they have to take hostages, but that's like the only way that Israel is going to fucking listen if they have the fucking hostages. Even though Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu has also said honestly, even during like the genocide and attempted ethnic cleansing of Gaza, Benjamin Netanyahu still also did not care at all about the safety of the hostages and still bombed the fuck out of them anyways. Like, there have been multiple instances of Israel doing a bunch of bombings within within Gaza where there have been locations of hostages and confirmed by the Gaza Health Ministry that hostages have been killed. Obviously, the rapes are bad. Period. End of story. But that's to be chalked up to we're dealing with a bunch of undisciplined, impetuous fucking terrorists, or maybe not terrorists, militants. That's more correct to say. Who decided to go out, hopped up on, I don't know, adrenaline, and they did a bunch of fucking bad shit. Yeah, for lack of a better term, just to, like, I don't know, make it as simple as possible.
I am not for violence again in any way. I mean, I am for making sure that we end the occupation.
Do they have a right to do it, Congressman? Do they have a right to attack Israeli soldiers?
No, I'm not going to say that Hamas had a right to attack Israeli soldiers or kill Israelis. Like, I don't think that advances peace or advances Palestinian statehood.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't think I agree with what Ro's saying here. Like, period. End of story. Even if there's like a ceasefire between the Israelis and the Palestinians, it never holds, and the Israelis will still murder Palestinians anyways, even if there is a fucking ceasefire, right? Like, under the current quote-unquote ceasefire that is in existence right now between the Palestinians and the Israelis, Palestinians are still getting fucking killed. Like, I think there's been about 1,000 plus Palestinians who have been killed that we know of, while there's a current fucking ceasefire. So it's just like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Like, it doesn't matter if there's a ceasefire or if there's no fire or whatever. It doesn't matter if it's war. It doesn't matter if it's no war. Like, who cares? Like, the Israelis are still killing Palestinians anyways. Like, at this point in time, the only option that is left is violent resistance. And this is all conditions created by who? Israel.
Israel have a right to drop a single bomb in Gaza in response to October 7th.
I believe Israel had the right to get people who killed the civilians, but not in the way they went about it, which I've said is genocide.
But the Palestinians don't have a right to attack the very military bases that are running the killing operations on October 6th, 2023, or October 5th, 2023. It's a double standard. You're saying there are ways that Israel should be able to kill Palestinians, but there is never a condition under which Palestinians can attack armed, uniformed soldiers of a force that is still considered an occupying force under international law. I don't make it make sense to me how those.
I come from a tradition of.
I mean, what Jeremy Scahill is saying is correct here. It's technically speaking, I don't know if it's like technically speaking a more difficult through line to make this about Gaza, because Palestine is not technically a state. They don't have a technical sort of like standing military. It's all like militant forces basically. But in a technical sense, what he is saying is true here. Israel is attempting to occupy the land of Gaza. They did it before, but they got kicked out because it just became too restless. And they are effectively occupying parts of Gaza illegally with flagrant disregard of the current ceasefire that's in place right now. They essentially have besieged Gaza for the latter part of about like 20 years, ever since Hamas won the elections in 2006, not allowing any food, not allowing any water, not allowing anything to go in or out of Gaza unless it's like checked by Israeli hands, and it was highly fucking regulated by Israel themselves. It's essentially an occupation without it actually being a real fucking occupation. There's a reason why it's called, quote-unquote, an open-air prison. It's because, well, it essentially is.
King and Gandhi, my grandfather was in jail.
I'm aware of your family history. Do you think King would say, well, they can attack the Viet Cong, but I don't want them to kill?
I don't think anyone. I don't know what Gandhi would say. I don't think my grandfather would say that the Palestinians should have armed resistance to Israeli occupation. I think they would argue for a much more nonviolent approach. But America, I think, in ending aid,
he's applying. Okay, I don't think I don't agree with this with Ro Khanna, because he's just he's applying the standards of, say, like the civil rights movement. He's applying these standards of what Martin Luther King did within America in comparison to that of Gaza. It's like, dog, like they did non-violent resistance. They already did that. It didn't work. Israel did not give a fuck. So as far as I'm concerned, the only option that is left is violence. Like, everything has been exhausted. It's the same thing with the Nazis. Unironically, like, there's a reason why the comparisons constantly come up, right? Everything was tried to appease the Nazis. It didn't fucking work. The only thing that you can do with a state that is intent on genocide, that is intent on occupation and expanding its borders, is violence. That is it. That is the only option that remains, right? You have to violently resist. That's literally it. And yes, that is true, Boy Meets Me. Like, the independence of India from Britain was very, very violent. There was constant fucking clashes on the streets between, well, Indians, Pakistanis, Bengalis on the fucking streets with British troops all of the fucking time.
In ending military sales, in not being a defender of Israel in the UN, just vetoing resolutions against Israel, would make tremendous progress. I mean, maybe we're on a scale of 1 to 10, and you're at a 10, and I'm saying let's go to a 6, 7, 8. I don't know where that would be. And right now, America's at a 1.
We're at a 10 because of a genocide that was enabled, supported, armed, and funded by the United States. And I am baffled as to how you can say that Israel had a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th, but Palestinians, according to you, have no right whatsoever to ever kill an Israeli.
Palestinians have a right to justice, which is
do they have a right to armed resistance against Israeli occupation soldiers in uniform?
He really just can't get to the point of armed resistance because Jeremy Scahill's position is very simple, right? And most Palestinians have the exact same feeling. It's just like, dog, we've literally tried everything to try to appease these motherfuckers. They're not interested in being appeased, right? Like, Zionists have made it very clear they are not interested in any form of appeasement. So guess what? It's just like, well, what the fuck else are we supposed to do? We have tried every option. None of it has worked. So guess what? There's only one left. Armed resistance. That's it. It may not be pretty. It may not be perfect. It never is. But unfortunately, that's literally all that's left. That's what's left because Israel has not given any other options. That's it. That's it.
Do they ever have a right to kill an Israeli soldier?
I think if it's a self-defense, if they feel like there's an illegal attack on them by a violent settler or by an Israeli soldier, and that's illegal, in a school or on a civilian.
Okay, so then, by that technical respect, then October 7th could be fucking justified then under this fucking definition, right? Gaza is constantly being attacked by Israel, constantly being harassed by Israel all the fucking time. Same with Palestinians in the West Bank. Palestinians in the West Bank get detained and killed all the time by Israeli settlers and the IDF consistently. So, yeah, in that particular respect, guess what? Armed resistance is justified under international law. It just is. It just is. Period. End of story. It is what it is. If we're going by the fucking standards of international law and by what all of the human rights organizations, even Israeli human rights organizations, are saying, they would say, like, yes, armed resistance is that's literally the only option these guys have left. So, I don't know, man. Should we be shocked, Pikachu facing, that Palestinians are picking up arms in order to violently resist this rogue terrorist settler colonial state? No, of course not. We shouldn't be surprised by that whatsoever.
And then, of course, they should have justice.
But the entire thing is illegal, Representative Khanna. The entire occupation of Gaza, the managing their diet, the mowing the lawn, the constant killing of them. The perspective of many Palestinians is that they're being collectively punished and they're fighting for their very existence, and that the bases that surround Gaza were the primary murderers on a military level of the population of Gaza. So what I'm understanding, whether it's Hamas and Islamic Jihad or it's independent Palestinians, how is it that you can stand here and in any way justify the Israelis dropping bombs on Gaza, but never find a way in which it's justifiable for Palestinians to kill an armed soldier of a force that is under international law an occupation force? I don't understand it.
Well,
I ask you to
because
reconsider this position.
Well, I will look at it, but I don't think that the solution in that area is to encourage
But you're afraid of being
violent.
called pro-Hamas. That's what this boils down to. Because I bet if we were talking off the record privately, and I said this to you, you would acknowledge that people around the world have a right to resistance by all means necessary.
I'm not sure if that's 100% the case there from Jeremy Scahill. Maybe, probably, I don't know. It could just be Ro is not doing this for optics reasons. That's entirely fucking possible. But here's the problem. optics be damned in this particular case, right? Like, Ro Khanna is already seen as, like, the, I don't know, one of the most quote-unquote far-left anti-Zionists within fucking Congress because he wants to cut off aid, military aid to Israel. There is no point to capitulating at all to fucking Zionists. Like, they want everything. If they can have everything, they will try to have everything. There's no point to showing it, like, any mercy or capitulation at all to Zionists because they want it all. They have always made it very clear that the ethnic cleansing was always the point. Always. So it's just like, okay, bro, like what the fuck are we supposed to do? And they're willing to, like, affect American fucking law with their just depravity. And how much they want people to adhere to their fucking genocide. And it's just like, well, no, fuck that. Absolutely not. This is a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, this was all promised to them like 3,000 years ago. That's true, Fox of Fate.
Well, I've always been for peaceful resistance. You know,
But how is peaceful resistance saying the Israelis?
you know, I mean,
are
just like it's under segregation.
I don't know how many times this has to be said. They tried peaceful resistance. It just didn't work. It hasn't worked. It just has not worked.
I wouldn't have said that go kill people who are engaged in segregation against you. I mean, I'm much more Dr. King than Malcolm X. I mean,
are you much more slave rebellions were justified against people that were raping, hanging, murdering Africans who had been kidnapped? I mean, I'm
Haiti, man. Lots of killing of French soldiers happened in Haiti.
I'm sorry. I spend most of my day and night talking.
Yes, it's also true, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, the civil rights era was not all peaceful resistance. There was a lot of violence that happened there. Black Panthers, Malcolm X's faction within, like, the Nation of Islam, constant fucking, not constant, but a bunch of differing, like, black enclaves resisting active attacks from authorities and fucking forces, having patrols to make sure that people are safe within their own fucking neighborhoods. This was a thing that was very, very common during the civil rights era. Yeah, MLK was the fucking carrot. He's the more palatable thing, unless, because the meme was like, for example, if you're not going to capitulate to what MLK is asking, we're going to be significantly more violent. Like, we are the stick. Malcolm X, Nation of Islam, a bunch of other people are the fucking stick. You want to have the more palatable dude who's willing to actually try to work out a fucking solution? Okay, you can fucking talk with him. If that doesn't work out, then we're going to fucking hit you instead. Because you've made it very clear that you're not interested in negotiating. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no point in negotiating with you people.
Talking with Palestinians, working with Palestinians. My colleague Hossam Shabbat.
By the way, most of the Palestinians I met, and maybe a few days, are not talking about the kind of armed resistance that you are. They just want to live their lives in dignity and peace and not have the Israeli settlers oppress them.
But you're a member of the United States Congress.
Yeah, but okay, like, God, this is so fucking stupid. I hate this fucking capitulation for no reason. It's like, dog, like, dude, yeah, everyone says that. Literally everybody wants to live their life in fucking peace. Like, no fucking shit. Israel's not allowing them to do that. So, what are they supposed to do? What do they do? What do they do? It's fucking stupid.
Congress, who is justifying, albeit you've been very critical of Israel's war against Gaza, but you seem to be drawing a line that says that there are some cases in which Israel is justified to attack Palestinians, but only those responsible for October 7th. But you can't find a shred of justification for any Palestinian to attack.
Which is a ridiculous standard, of course, because Israel believes that every Palestinian is in on October 7th. Again, like, you can't show any mercy to fucking Israel. You can't. You have to be ruthless, because they will never show mercy. So you should never show them any mercy at all whatsoever.
The very armed forces operating under a nation-state flag that is backed by the United States, and you're saying that there is no condition under which a Palestinian has a right to kill soldiers who are posted at military bases, enforcing, by murder and forced starvation and deprivation, an illegal occupation of Gaza. That's what doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how you reconcile those two positions.
Because I think that the armed resistance is only going to be ineffective given the power differentials. It's similar to what Gandhi thought in terms of how he took on the British Empire, and that.
Yeah, but there was still armed resistance against the British Empire anyways, right? Like, it didn't fucking matter. Like, there was still armed resistance, and they were always, like, ready to fight if they fucking had to against the British. Like, it was never gonna fucking work. Like, at some point in time, again, you have to get to the point where it's just like, dog, they've tried. They've literally tried all of this stuff, and it just hasn't worked. None of it has fucking worked. So, like, what is the point of this fucking equivocation? Like, this equivocation, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Yes, that's true, Fox of Fate. There are Palestinian Christians, there are Palestinian Jews, but Israel doesn't care about any of that because the ethnic cleansing has always been the point.
Having a moral force of civil resistance and appealing to the world's conscience is going to be a much better chance of getting dignity and peace.
2019, the Palestinians organized the Great March of Return, which was a mass nonviolent mobilization at the gates of the concentration camp walls and fence in Gaza. And you know what Israeli soldiers did? Representative
Shot them with snipers. Yeah.
Right.
This is a great example here by Jeremy.
They had a competition to who could shoot the most kneecaps of Palestinians.
Well,
In
I think
fact,
that
those were backed by Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas. So there's a track record in the context. You're talking about tactical issues. The Palestinians have tried that. The Palestinians did.
Well, I think
try
that I think opinion is
down.
I think opinion is shifting now in America, where those kind of approaches would get a better reception in the United States.
Well, I mean, Ro Khanna is technically speaking correct there. I do believe that people are going to be more receptive within America of Palestinians actively and openly fucking revolting. Like, unironically. If they are consistent with their beliefs in the Second Amendment, they'd be like, yeah, I mean, there's a large tyrannical force and tyrannical government that's essentially trying to enforce its will upon a population. Yes, you actively resist that with guns, with weapons, with violence. That is what you have to do, right? But of course, all the Zionists are going to get mad about this because they are okay with the rape and pillage and murder of Palestinians. Like, they don't have a problem with that. They don't give a shit. They are okay with the fucking genocide, which is why they all decided to freak out at Jeremy Scahill here for the correct take of, yeah, if Palestinians end up shooting soldiers of an occupying force, that is justified under international law because the actions of that occupying force is blatantly illegal. It is illegal. Like, we can quibble about, obviously, oh, well, you know, it's in the fucking, it's in Gaza, it's not exactly the same, blah, 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 blah. Dog, like, unironically, armed resistance is pretty much the only thing that is left for the Palestinians. They've tried everything else. This is all that they have left. It's just violent resistance. Because, again, Israel has made it very, very clear what their intentions are. It is to just continue with the ethnic cleansing of fucking Palestinians they started in 1948 with the fucking Nakba. That's always been made extremely fucking clear. So this equivocation here by Ro Khanna is just, like, very stupid and just, well, very, very optics frogged, I would say, because he's trying to make it look like, or basically just trying to not have any fucking sound bites about himself. Like, that's probably why he's saying a lot of the stuff that he's saying. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides that. All right. Nope, that's a fucking fucky wucky. I need to evolve an Eevee into a Sylveon. Don't remember how to evolve this fucking bastard. I think it's you have to earn 70 hearts. Yes. 70 buddy hearts. Okay. That won't be too hard. For this dumbass fucking research. Alright. Let's get started with this, shall we? Oh my goodness. We're getting trans surgery for the military. Let's fucking go. Everyone is now trans and getting gender affirming care within the military because Pete Hegseth wants everyone to be such a big old manly man within the military. Those are the only people that need to be serving within the military, the big old macho men, which has been really working out very, 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 very well in in Iran and all the other like theaters that the United States is currently engaging with, and has not made the United States military even more of a fucking laughingstock than it was before. Well, maybe not a laughingstock. That's probably not exactly correct to say. This is totally going to work out very, very well. The whole like action movie LARP pandering shit that P. Hegseth has been constantly going with, because he's just like a buffoonish like frat bro newscaster who's like too stupid or drunk to be able to even run a 501c3 with a budget of $15,000. What do we have here?
At the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand.
Wasn't this guy like unable to even do like a pull-up or some shit? Like he needed help to be able to like bench even a plate or something. Like he was barely able to bench a plate. In terms of like, because there's been like a bunch of like rigorous standards just kind of like implemented for, I don't know, like no reason by the Pentagon, because they don't want any fat people or when in the military or some shit, like whatever the fuck that means. That could literally just mean anything. They don't want fat people participating in the military, so they implemented these like very arbitrary standards or some shit. I don't know. It's one of those things that I find to be like extremely cartoonish and silly, and basically what happens when like a fucking Gamergator decides to, or not decides, or more like gets ultimate fucking power and just is able to do like, I don't know, all the random bullshit or that they think makes I don't know, a manly military very manly. This is the same shit the Russians did as well, and well, it's not working out very well for them.
And you're all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the
Dude, we don't want any low T betas here in the fucking military. Only the highest T beta alphas, you know, are the ones we're going to accept within the military. None of this like fucking pussy shit. Yeah, bro, that's fucking awesome, dude. God, that's so funny, man.
The right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop. Under the super...
Dude, what the fuck? Wait, okay, is Pete... Wait, okay. Is Pete trying to basically imply that he wants like 40 and 50-year-olds in like staying within the military or something? Like what's the implication behind this? I have to immediately ask, like, what is he saying here? He wants like really, really old people? Yeah, like, do you want to give a bunch of 20-year-olds HRT or something? Like what's going on here? What's happening? I'm confused here. Like, what is he implying?
Provision of our world-class medical professionals. Warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy.
Dude, the military is getting HRT. That's so fucking funny. Wait, could like a trans man get like easier access to fucking hormones while in the military or something? Like, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know. How could this be? In what ways could this be fucking cheese? Yeah, trans men, get in fucking line, dude. You know, military is offering free TRT, bro. Like, get your hormones, because Pete Hegseth's like really fucking doing like all this like stupid LARP shit. Oh no, Boy Meets Mini. No, that makes way more sense. He's doing this for all the male to male transgenders. Oh my god, no, that makes so much more sense. He's doing it for the M to M fucking transgenders. Yo, let's go, dude.
This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the...
What? Okay, what does that even fucking mean? Like what longevity? Like, to what? To I don't know, fucking get your cock up in order to fuck women or something? Like, what do you mean by this? Like, what? That's fucking silly. I don't even like. I'm just trying to understand. Like, what is the point of this? Like, why do you need higher testosterone amounts within your quote unquote war fighters? Like, what does this accomplish? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you just want more people to be like, I don't know, like crazed, hopped up lunatics on like adrenaline or something while they're actively fighting within like Iraq or Afghanistan or something. Like, I really don't understand. Fox of Fate, do you know who clavicular is? Yeah, he's the first male-to-male transgender. It's clavicular. He is the first M-to-M trans person. Duh. Obviously.
Biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation.
Sure,
Taking
man.
care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable, not just for your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform. As we know, the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting.
So we need to get hormones for all of the random infantrymen. Like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, we need to have hormones that basically make men, I don't know, like sex crazed beasts on the battlefield, because that's going to make them more effective warfighters if they're horny all the time.
Requires and demands maximum psychological and mental readiness. And by addressing these health markers early, we're keeping you on the leading edge of lethality and giving you the same level of support that you give this nation, the absolute best. Godspeed, keep going, and God bless.
Okay, this is, I think, like, unironically, one of the dumbest fucking things on the planet. Listen, trans men, line up. Trans men that are definitely very poor and in the military. Yo, line the fuck up. Get yourself some free TRT on the Pentagon's fucking dole. Let's fucking go, dude. Absolutely. I don't know. I guess like in a really ridiculous, like, roundabout way, can we get the all of the male to male, not male to male, can we get like all of the trans men serving within the military some free TRT? Yes, absolutely. Maybe actually, here it is. This is actually secretly pro-trans by Pete Hegseth. Think about it, dude. Think about it. He's advocating for them to help with their transition by getting their testosterone levels up so they can become men more. Holy shit. God, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I have no idea what is the point of doing this for men within the military when they're 30 or older, because most of the people that are a part of the military are not 30 or older. And if they are 30 or older, they're not even on the battlefield, generally speaking. They're going to be in like office positions. They're not going to be fighting on the front lines and, I don't know, Fallujah or whatever the fuck. They're not grunts. They're going to be typically they're going to be fucking officers in command of, I don't know, like platoons or perhaps even regiments, maybe not regiments, but like platoons, and like are gonna have like a senior fucking position secured for themselves. So I don't know. This is like very silly. Yeah, this is just really, really silly. When most of these guys are probably going to be fucking pencil pushers, like most of the time, and are not going to be deployed in I don't know, Iran or something. I have no idea what the point of this is. But yeah, I don't know. This is just like a silly little thing here by Pete Hegseth. And I just wanted an excuse to laugh at him because I do think this is very, very funny and will obviously accomplish absolutely fucking nothing. So, you know, I guess there's that. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Okay, I have to show this real quick because I want this to happen. Okay, so Piers Morgan had Nerdrotic, and I think also that's the Critical Drinker right there. So these guys are just very low IQ, anti-woke slop fucking losers. And oh, Mark Lamont Hill is... Wait, we're really having Mark Lamont Hill fucking debate Nerdrotic and fucking the Critical Drinker, who basically, okay, if you don't know anything about the Critical Drinker, his voice is extremely fucking annoying, and basically just acts. He just basically just acts drunk all the fucking time, even though he's probably not actually drunk, and his brain barely functions because he's an anti-woke fucking slop YouTuber. Same with Nerdrotic. Like, unironically, like, Nerdrotic made the argument of saying, why does Michael B. Jordan complain about racism? He's black, he's famous, and he gets pussy all the time. Why does he complain about racism? It's just like, okay, bro, nice meme. Like, what the fuck is this shit? He's also apparently a sober ex-felon. Maybe you should have stayed on that fucking felony list there, buddy, because Jesus Christ, your fucking videos are criminal. I don't know why Mark Lamont Hill is debating these two fucking dumbasses about what? The hypocrisy of Hollywood? What fucking hypocrisy of Hollywood for casting Aluptia Nyong'o, I think your name is, as Helen of Troy in the Odyssey? From what I remember, who the fuck cares about what the color of the skin of the fair-haired maiden, aka the MacGuffin of the Trojan War is? Who the fuck cares? It doesn't matter. It's a dramatized, like, reinterpretation of the story of the Odyssey by Homer that's basically being done or told within film. Who the fuck cares? Complaining about this is, like, unironically the stupidest shit on the fucking planet. And Pierce should have invited this guy right here. Dude, I would have watched that. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want it to happen. I want this to happen so fucking badly on Pierce. I would watch the fuck out of that because it'd be so funny. Just how, like, I don't know, just ridiculous the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic would look in this fucking... I want the Birdman to debate those fucking dipshits so badly. Wait, what does he even say here? I'm curious.
Piers Morgan.
Huh?
If you're watching this,
he probably is.
You need to invite somebody like me on this panel.
True.
Not Mark Lamont Hill. Mark, no disrespect to him, is not familiar with these two motherfuckers. I have millions, with an S, of views on these two guys specifically. I have shown without a doubt that they are among the dumbest people on YouTube and that they do not know what they're talking about. On top...
Yes, I don't know why Mark Lamont Hill was chosen for this. What was he the host of? Hosts of BET News. Okay. Isn't Mark Lamont... He's just like a media professional, right? Like... And we're getting, like, 3 IQ slop tuber. I don't even know. Who the fuck are these guys? I don't even know who the fuck these dudes are. But these guys have no qualifications whatsoever to be in, like, a debate setting. They're just, like, slop merchants. Very low IQ individuals. You want to have, like, an actual interesting conversation that would be, I don't know, maybe not interesting conversation. You want some fucking fireworks, Piers Morgan, because that's all you fucking care about. Yeah, you invite the Birdman. You want shit flinging. You invite this guy. And you get the fucking shit flinging. Like, hypocrisy of Hollywood. Like, fucking casting a black woman as Helen of Troy. Like, what hypocrisy? What's the hypocrisy? I don't know, there's that black people exist or something. I mean, Nerdrotic would unironically think like that, so I don't know. Like, it's very stupid.
But that they're fucking incredibly dishonest. Mark doesn't know these guys like that. He might know a little bit about them, you know, but I'm intimately familiar with them. So Piers, next time you have these two people on, invite me on the panel so that I can talk to these motherfuckers directly. Because they've been avoiding me, by the way. That's what I want you to know. You need to know that. They've been avoiding me, and I've been cooking these motherfuckers for at least 2.
Okay, I don't disagree with what Birdman is saying here, but this is not going to directly appeal to Piers. The way you need to appeal to Piers is by talking about, think of the fucking content. Think of the fucking content. The content would be fucking pristine. And then Piers Morgan will probably care about it more. Because that's all that Piers does this for. Although, honestly, the two dumbasses, Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, probably would not agree to doing the panel if they knew the Birdman was coming. I think that's probably... that's definitely a fact for sure. They would not fucking agree to that if that man fucking showed up. Which would... I don't know, I think that would make it even more funny. I want this debate to happen, that's why. Honestly, all I want is for the debate to happen, because it'd be really, really funny. It would be really, really fucking funny, dude. I want it to happen so badly. Anywho. Alright. Let's get started with this stuff. Alright, I'm going to be honest here. I just want an excuse to make fun of this female Bobby Hill looking head ass over here. Like, Dad. I need to run for the Senate in Michigan. Dad. I tell you what. Okay, I'm tired. I don't know why the fuck I'm doing the impressions. Shut up. My brain barely works. But female Bobby Hill here, aka Haley Stevens, currently running for Michigan Senate against Abdul Al-Sayed, and honestly, is she doing well in the fucking polls? There's some polls that are saying that she's doing well. Who knows what fucking biases they have. This race is so far rather fucking close in terms of the Democratic primary. Haley Stevens is a AIPAC stooge. Yeah, she's a fucking stooge of fucking AIPAC. They recently had a debate not that long ago where Haley Stevens, really the only thing that she ever brought up constantly was Abdul Al-Sayed's fucking tax returns, trying to do like a whole like MAGA Trump sort of routine and bit about Abdul Al-Sayed's fucking tax returns, which, okay man, sure, whatever. Who the fuck cares about that? Like, if we want to talk about like tax returns, why don't we talk about how you're getting tons of money from AIPAC? About like what? As Track AIPAC says here. What, it's about $20 million or something? Ooh, that's a lot of smackaroos that you're getting from AIPAC there, buddy. Yeah, man. You want to complain about Abdul Al-Sayed having like a couple $100,000 in his fucking goddamn tax returns, yet your dumbass is getting tens of millions from fucking AIPAC. Which, by the way, people within Michigan are not very big fans of. But here, this was during the debate. Is this like Haley Stevens trying to look personable? What the fuck is his face? Like, what is she doing here? Bro. Look at her. This... Okay, here's the funny thing about Haley Stevens. This is a point that Emma brought up from the Majority Report. She is such a silly person that she ended up like doing pretty decently within polling. Well, not only because she's like the only person that's left within this race in Michigan, but because she's just like so weird. Like, you can't treat her seriously as a person, which is a very, very Trumpian quality, by the way. Like, you look at someone like Haley Stevens, and you're just like, bro, who the fuck are you, man? Like, why do you move and behave in the way that you do? Bro, you're fucking weird. And not like in an endearing way. You're just like weird in an evil way. Like, listen, Bobby from King of the Hill, he's a little eccentric and fucking weird. But like in an endearing sense, you're just like evil and just a weirdo who nobody fucking likes. But here, obviously, a video of a Jewish constituent in Michigan talking about, I'm kind of concerned about the money from AIPAC that you're getting. Because here's the thing, funnily enough, with Jews within America. They tend to be more left-leaning and progressive. And they're not particularly big fans of the actions of Israel within Gaza. As much as the Zionists within America love to try to essentially say, like, no, all the Jews love Israel, actually, within America, which is kind of anti-Semitic of them to say when that's not really the case, right? Then they'll just point to like the stats saying like, well, the vast majority of Jews within America identify as Zionist, and then you have to ask yourself the questions like, well, what do they mean by that, right? Because that's a fucking label, right? What a lot of people mean by them being socialist within America can mean a lot of differing things, or progressive within America can also mean a lot of fucking different things. Americans like operate with like labels because it's like a simple explainer for as to how to describe themselves for ease of conversation, or honestly not even Americans, but this is like a thing in general. A lot of people will say that they prescribe to a particular label because it is easy for them to describe themselves as such, when in reality, if you take a look at their beliefs, they're all over the fucking place and don't adhere to any of the principles or beliefs of the label that they very, very often give themselves. So a Zionist can mean multiple things to differing fucking people, depending on who you ask. Like, it just depends, right? You can ask one a lefty and say, like, yeah, a Zionist is someone who will do anything possible to defend the state of Israel. But a Zionist can also mean to another person that it's like, oh, it's a Jewish person who likes Israel or something, blah, 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 blah. And it can be that fucking simplistic, right? Depending on who you fucking ask, right? You're not going to ever get, like, two answers that are going to be exactly the same. So having, like, a blanket, and this is why the conflation between Zionism and Judaism and all Jews is bad in general, right? Because that word means differing things to a lot of different people. But Israel doesn't care about that because, again, they just want to do ethnic cleansing within Gaza. So a lot of these distinctions are ultimately fucking meaningless to them. They only care about trying to conflate it all because they want to incentivize more Jews moving into Israel to continue with the ethnic cleansing. That's the point of Israel, for example. But whatever, I'm going on a little bit of a ramble here. There's no point of going off of that on that point within Israel or whatever. Zionist and all these labels mean differing things to different people, right? Most Jews within America, I believe this has been backed up within polling, are not particularly big fans of what Israel is doing within Gaza. And it should make a lot of sense. Most Jews within America vote for the Democrats mostly because of how anti-Semitic the Republican Party is, but whatever. That's a different sort of story. And since that is the case, and most constituents within the Democratic Party do not like Israel, it stands to believe, and it's reasonable to assume that most Jews within America are probably also not big fans of Israel. Like generally speaking. What do we have here?
It's your first sport, and you're walking with a congresswoman. Yes, oh my gosh, please.
Oh, apparently also there's like a video of her having like a completely different accent, like 9 months ago. So I don't know. Did she start sounding like female Bobby Hill or something? Like I don't know. Does she want to get like some want some propane? Want some fucking propane for the barbecue from Hank Hill or some shit? Like I don't know. Like why? She's just so weird, man. Like it's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Well, thank you so much for your community service.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering.
Gosh dang it, Bobby.
With all the support of Republicans and people who are anti-choice and people who are working to disrupt our election systems that AIPAC is doing.
That's true. AIPAC does support Republicans. They are a Republican organization.
I'm wondering why you're accepting their support. I'm a Jew and my family lives here in this community.
Yeah.
And I really think that those
How are you going to answer that one there, Bobby?
kinds of candidates are making the Jewish people less safe. I'm wondering what you're accepting there.
Well, thank you so much for coming and bringing your kiddo. It's so nice to meet with you.
No, she's not going to answer the
I'm
question.
wondering, I want to make life and this country safe place for him to grow up in. I'm wondering why you would want to accept their endorsement and $800,000 in ads this year.
I mean, listen, she's not wrong when she's saying this. It's oh, she's accepted a lot more money than that.
Yeah.
I guys, I have received, how many endorsements have I received this election?
I think I've got a lot of local labor and
You are a great representative, and we really appreciate your
dude, this is such a bad look. Oh my god. It's like, yeah, I don't want to talk at all about endorsements that I've gone from AIPAC. Dude, this is a really, really bad look here.
support. I'm just hoping.
you guys. Oh my God, guys.
Wow. Oof. That's rough, buddy. Okay, thank you, Track AIPAC. Well, gosh dang it, Bobby. You were supposed to answer the question. Why didn't you answer the question? What, Dad? The optics were looking really bad. Oh my lord, dude. What a fucking cartoon character. And by the way, that's like a really, really easy way to just bash, metaphorically speaking, Haley Stevens over the head. She's been, like, even like right around the start of this race, she received millions upon millions of dollars from affiliated AIPAC, well, the super PACs and PACs, generally speaking, right? Under various differing names, they all track back to AIPAC. There's ways to fucking, well, track it. Ha 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 ha. And it all goes back to the exact same source, and it is, well, AIPAC. And guys, what if I were to tell you that AIPAC is very, very unpopular? But, you know, continuing to talk about Haley Stevens's, like, associations with, like, Israel. And this is one, for example, that gets brought up constantly, that Abdul al-Sayed is bringing up over and over and over again. She was, like, giving this speech, I think... I think it was like it's Jewish community or something. I think is what where she was at, and she was like basically yelling at the top of her lungs that Israel comes to her in her dreams. I want everyone to understand this specifically. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. She is an American. Nothing. There's like nothing about her. Supporting, or not supporting, or being like culturally or religiously Jewish whatsoever. So I heard like, I don't know, clamoring about Israel coming to her in her dreams is extremely fucking weird. Do we have the full fucking clip? No, that's the differing clip. I don't think I have the fucking clip here. It does get played overall in this like CNN interview. Or rather, this is the website that Abdul al-Sayed. I think it just plays that exact same fucking clip over and over again.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see and in the United States...
Dude, like, bro, you're not Jewish. What attachment do you have to Israel? Oh, we know what attachment you have to fucking Israel. This is the attachment you have to fucking Israel. Dude, why would you say that Israel comes to you in your dreams? Bro, that's just fucking weird, man. Fucking super, super weird. But here, What's Haley Stevens' response to the meme site that Abdul al-Sayed set up?
Let's talk a little bit about your opponent, Abdul al-Sayed, who has criticized you on Israel in particular, and of course with the war in Iran back at the top of our show, back at the top of the headlines today. I want to play something that he has used to create a website attacking you. If you go to the website, it just plays this on a loop. I'm going to show it to our viewers. We'll talk about it on the other side. Watch.
God, her face is so weird, man.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future.
Dude. That's just never not gonna be funny to me, bro. Oh my fucking lord, bro. Like, I mean, it's just so fucking dumb, man.
How would you characterize the remarks you were making then, and what impact does this have now?
Sure. Look, I was standing with the Jewish community and a group of hostages who were in pain, people who had just gotten released from the Hamas tunnels. It was a very emotional moment, and I have been certainly very dedicated to standing by all Michiganders who have experienced pain as a result of a war that was started multiple years ago. And
wait, okay, I have a couple questions. Did she say hostages? Okay, we know that there were American Jews who were amongst the fucking hostages who Israel also bombed. Were they all from fucking Michigan or something? Like, maybe like one or two of them or something. Sure. Standing in solidarity with like the entirety of the Jewish community within Michigan or something. Look what the fuck is going on here, bro. What is happening? What? Yeah, man, were all of the, I don't know, Jews that you were standing with there, basically, I don't know, like, hostages within the Hamas tunnels or something? Like, what are we saying here, bro? Like, what are we saying here? Like, this is kind of ridiculous, dude.
And frankly, a war that Benjamin Netanyahu has mismanaged, and he has failed to bring peace.
So, again, this is the talking point that every liberal and liberal Zionist is going to bring up consistently, saying, guys, if it just weren't for icky, stinky, big ol' meanie Benjamin Netanyahu, then everything would be totally okay. Nothing would possibly go wrong. And it's just like, bro, shut your goofy ass up. Like, unironically, like, the problem that people are bringing up consistently in terms of the issues with the state of Israel, it is not about the actions of one particular leader or whatever. The problem is with the state fundamentally speaking itself. The state has made it extremely fucking clear that the point of it is that they are doing an ethnic cleansing and genocide of the fucking Palestinians. And it turns out liberals within America, who are actually liberals, care about the adherence of international law, which is one of the core tenets of fucking liberalism. But Haley Stevens isn't a liberal. She does not believe in liberalism. She is, in fact, an illiberal, because she's particularly obsessed with wanting to defend an illiberal state, a obviously illiberal state.
He has made Jews less safe here in America and around the world. And Mr. Netanyahu was just on CNN the other day criticizing me. I'm not afraid of...
Sure, man.
I'm not afraid of Putin. I've had to stand up to him when he stole my constituent Paul Whelan and wrongly detained him for 5.5 years. I was writing resolutions condemning the Russian Federation.
I don't know why you're talking about the Russians here in particular. Like, I don't think, I don't think Abdul is going to be a big fan of Russia. I'm just going to say, I don't see why this matters.
Before the war in Ukraine broke out, these leaders, these bullies who abuse power, who are corrupt, they will not get a pass from me. I'm a courageous and bold leader, and you bet your pants I will be.
Yeah, Bobby Hill, known to bold, courageous leader, bro.
In the United States Senate.
Dad, I'm bold and courageous, Dad. Dad. I'm so courageous. I'm gonna stand up to Putin and Netanyahu.
Congresswoman, I had Mr. El Sayed on this program a few days ago, and I asked him several times if Israel has a right to exist. He would not say that straight out. What is your answer to the question? Does Israel have a right to exist?
I'm going to assume that this dumbass is fucking lying here, and I'm going to operate under the assumption that Abdul al-Sayed gave the same answer that he always gives, and that is that they can exist as a state with equal rights with all. The same line as Ilhan Pape. And then this motherfucker more than likely did the, does it have a right to exist as a Jewish state? It's like, but Jewish state? It's just like, bro, like, there's no point in asking if it has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Like, does any state favor any one particular religion over another one? Like, it's just fucking stupid. Does the United States favor a religion over another one? Technically speaking, no. When in reality they do, but in sort of like a legalistic sense, they don't. Whereas with Israel, legalistically speaking, yes, there are perks to being Jewish in comparison to that of, say, being like Muslim or fucking Palestinian. Like, it's just very, very fucking stupid, dude.
Well, absolutely. And this is a stark policy difference between my opponent, Abdul, and myself. My goal and the work that I stand by is long-term peace and a two-state solution where people in Palestine, in Gaza, can live peacefully side by side with the people of Israel. It is deeply concerning that Abdul equivocates.
Really? Yet you will probably constantly say that Israel has a right to exist as a quote-unquote Jewish state. Yeah, okay. Okay, Haley. Yeah, totally. You really, really care about a fucking two-state solution. A construct which is just, fundamentally speaking, not possible anymore.
When talking about Israel's right to exist. That does not bring us closer to peace. That does not help this tenuous situation. I stand by a two-state solution and my long work to bring us to that goal.
Yeah, man. I totally believe that you stand by a two-state solution. Whatever, bro. Yeah, totally. I don't know, let's just get into like some more silly stuff from this like fucking weirdo. Here's Haley Stevens at some campaign event. I believe the current fight right now over in Michigan is mostly around black people within the suburbs of like Detroit and stuff like that, or not within the suburbs of Detroit. But that's like the current constituency that the both Abdul al-Sayed and both Haley Stevens is trying to go after at this particular juncture. I've not seen what the polling is like at the moment, but I'm just gonna operate under the assumption that it's probably not going well for Haley. Actually, no, it might actually be going decently for Haley Stevens because black people within the Democratic Party, older black people, are going to be quite fucking conservative, like Haley Stevens. What do we have here?
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy.
Dude. Dude, I can't fucking treat her seriously. She's such a buffoon. Like, yeah, literally, it's Marge from The Simpsons now. The Bobby Hill is gone. It's now all Marge from The Simpsons. Dude, God, she's such a fucking weirdo. Like, I don't even know what she's fucking talking about. Yeah, man, trying to do the whole Zoran Mamdani shtick. While I don't know, justifying an ethnic cleansing within the Middle East. Very, very cool.
Energy and a little bit of stick it to them, because that's the Michigan way.
Dude, I'm like anticipating the meme from Cory Booker saying like, and there's the Michigan fist. Oh my lord, God, she's such a fucking weirdo, dude. Her narrow circuit with the follow. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you very much. I don't know why my fucking alert box not show up. Nah, whatever. Unlucky. Must be broken. Could be broken. I have no idea. But I appreciate the follow, bud. Thank you very much. What was I saying? Also, her sign has the One Nation Party colors. I already dislike her. What is it? One Nation Party colors? I have no idea what the fuck that is exactly, Fox of Fate. But it turns out our friend here, Haley Stevens, is also praising ICE. Very, very cool. She voted to appoint Kristi Noem, who unleashed ICE on people's communities. So that's really cool that she would do that. But don't worry, guys. She's a very, very effective senator or, congressional Democrat. Most effective Senate Dem. Very, very cool. Voting to put Kristi Noem in a position of power in order to, I don't know, have ICE go around and just like pillage and rape and murder. Very, very cool. Lovely. And some of the mailers that she's basically trying to throw out there is she's bringing up Hassan. Listen, last time anyone did the Cuomo strategy, it always ended up in complete, utter fucking failure. And she's not even getting Hassan's fucking position correct, like saying that he's a fucking podcaster. No, he's a streamer. Maybe she's calling him a podcaster on purpose, so then because if she says that Hassan's a streamer, says embraced a streamer, it'd be too specific. Interesting. Who said Jews are inbred and that America deserved 9/11. Should we really be surprised at all that fucking Haley Stevens would take out of context fucking statements from Hassan in order to, I don't know, bolster her dumbass fucking campaign? No, because if we're doing a whole like policy prescription debate, she's going to lose every single time. Abdul al-Sayed rationalized a terrorist attack on a mission synagogue with filled with Jewish children. Wait, what? Huh? I would love to see what the evidence for that is exactly. I'm just going to operate under the assumption this is some fucking Islamophobic garbage, because that's not beneath like all these like AIPAC stooges to basically engage in the same like Patriot Act bullshit and Islamophobic garbage from like the early aughts. Like, is she talking about the Temple Israel attack that happened several months ago? Did Abdul al-Sayed justify that? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, dude? But then again, this is like the garbage that this dumbass has to reserve, go to, basically. Because again, if we do like a whole policy debate, she's not going to have any arguments whatsoever, because Abdul is just going to one-up her every single way and be more popular than her. And he just has to keep constantly bringing up Israel over and over again and talk about how she got, again, like $20 million from AIPAC, and she's also going to get fucking cooked. It's just not a good position for her. Also, from what I understand, she hardly does meetings or any town halls. Like, has very little in terms of campaign events, because she's just not liked all that much. Like, let's be honest here. And here's the other thing that she's been doing. She's taken this clip from Barack Obama, where Barack Obama is talking about the effectiveness of Haley Stevens in terms of negotiating, I think, some part of a deal, probably for the bailout of the fucking automobile companies during the 2008 recession. Thanks, Obama. Very cool. Talking about how like Haley Stevens was a critical piece in that, and how she also worked for the Obama campaign. And she's essentially trying to say that Barack Obama has endorsed her, which is just a lie, by the way. Barack Obama has not endorsed anyone in this fucking race. And this is another thing. I forgot to get a not a clip about it, but basically a post about it. She was also trying to do the same line of attack that people did on Daria Lisa, trying to use like the fact that that Abdul al-Sayed was a part of the uncommitted movement. Basically, uncommitted movement was saying like, we are not going to vote for Joe Biden in the primary to show our disdain for Joe Biden, but we are reachable if the Democrats are willing to come and negotiate with us. The Democrats never came and negotiated with anyone because they were uninterested and were more okay with the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians within Gaza and within Israel, because again, we're dealing with a bunch of conservative fucking weirdos in the Democrats. and Abdul al-Sayed was a part of it. But as soon as Kamala Harris became the nominee, he endorsed Kamala before Haley Stevens, funnily enough. So I don't know, that like whole talking point about like the him being a part of the uncommitted movement, it just rings rather fucking hollow, because it turns out, and the American people are going to now acknowledge this, it turns out the uncommitted movement was actually correct in a lot of their prescriptions. But again, we're talking about Democrats here. If they cannot learn the lessons at all of 2024, they will consistently not show any growth or reflection whatsoever from the loss of 2024. Like, that much has been made very, very clear. And this is also the obsessed line that Haley Stevens is also going over, talking about Abdul al-Sayed's tax returns. Now, here's the thing with Abdul al-Sayed. I mentioned, of course, the tax returns earlier. It's a fucking nothing burger, dude. Like, you were complaining about, like, what, $500,000, like $600,000? Yeah, we're complaining about $700,000 when your dumbass is taking about $20 million from fucking AIPAC. Like, bro, seriously. Like, really? Dude, this is like a magnitude worse of about like 300 times. About 300 times, yeah. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, who cares about what your dumbass fucking tax returns is? Like, he's a doctor. He's a scholar. He's worked in public office. We all already know, like, what exactly he's done throughout his career. Like, we're going to complain about this in particular? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, man? Like, what? $262,000 in capital gains? Oh, man, we got a fucking business magnate over here. We got a fucking CEO on our hands. Like, bro, what the fuck is this line of attack? This is the most pathetic fucking bullshit I've ever seen in my fucking life, man. Bro, you've gotten like $20 million from AIPAC, from Israel Associated PACs. Like, and we're going to complain about $200,000 in capital gains? Bro, shut the fuck up, you goofy looking head ass. Like, this is such a pathetic fucking smear attempt here by this Bobby Hill looking head ass over here, coming up with like the most pathetic attempts possible to try to attack Abdul al-Sayed, who's, for all of the things that you can talk about Abdul al-Sayed, he is about as squeaky clean of a fucking candidate as you can get. Like, he was a lacrosse captain during university. He married his high school sweetheart. He got his PhD within, I believe it was like Columbia University is where he got his PhD. That's where he did his residency and everything for his doctorate. He immediately decided to pledge himself to public service, which is what specifically a lot of these dumbasses within media were the most triggered about. The fact that he was willing to pledge himself to public service instead of like private practice to make a lot of fucking money. Because again, we're dealing with a bunch of evil people, but whatever. Does Haley Stevens care about any of that? No. Does the media care about any of that? No. Because again, they're all complicit in the exact same like rat fucking bullshit that the current people within power are basically doing in order to make everyone else suffer. And final meme, I guess, in all of this, now all the like blue MAGA weirdo types are basically trying to bring up Abdul al-Sayed saying that he wants to, I don't know, abolish the police, and is trying to talk about Abdul al-Sayed's former chief security officer, I don't know, like complaining about like the police needing guns. Do we need as much of a police force? Now, obviously, is this out of context? More than likely that is out of context. If I were to take a guess, is Abdul al-Sayed talking about the amount of funding that goes to policing and all of the old military equipment that was given to local police departments as a byproduct of the war on terror? Because that's what happened. They got a bunch of old military equipment because of that. But do any of the blue MAGA types care about any of that? No, because they're all a bunch of stupid morons. What do we have? Also, why the fuck are you complaining about this? Saying, I protected this man with a gun for 2 years? some average of 6 to 7 days a week, typically 12 to 16 hours a days. Like so many things with Abdul, it's pure hypocrisy. But what the fuck kind of like mentally ill bullshit is this? Yeah, man, because he's talking about reallocating resources from police departments to education or to, like medicinal care. Shut your fucking goofy ass up, Jordan. You look fucking ridiculous with this fucking quote, bro. What is this?
Do police really need to use guns? Do we need as much of a police force?
So, I'm going to assume that Abdul al-Sayed, when he said, do police really need to use guns, I'm going to assume that he's probably talking about police training where they shoot first and ask questions later. Very, very often, especially against like non-violent drug offenders and, black people specifically. And again, more than likely he's talking about the funding of police. Do we really need as much of a police force? Again, this is the same thing with abolish the police. It's just, it was really easy for the Republicans to run with a propagandistic fucking line on all of this. But then again, whatever. We're dealing with a collection of incredibly dishonest people here.
And so if we ask ourselves about how we spend money in the public, where that money goes, where it comes from, we need to make a lot better decisions about investing in the things that root out poverty rather than investing in policing poverty. And we need...
Okay, by the way, I don't know who the Washington Free Beacon is. I don't know why the fuck you decided to let the clip continue, because he just said that, yeah, this is about an allocation of resources, which is what I was also saying. Why are you letting the clip continue? This is making you look worse, you dumbasses.
We understand that these are racialized questions because of systemic racism. When we make a choice to invest in policing in a majority black community rather than to invest in public schools, that choice is...
Wait, hold on. I got it. I bet these guys are a fucking conservative rag. Yeah, this guy's a fucking conservative rag. Well, obviously, I think, the fact that this is more than likely a conservative fucking outlet, I think it makes perfect sense that they actually want more money to go to police, and the policing of, more and more black people and less education for the poor. And I think they're actually okay with that. They're like the Washington Times? Yeah, okay, that explains it then.
Is influenced by systemic racism. And so we need to take that on, we need to root it out, and we need to be investing in people in the communities in which they live, learn, work, pray, and play, rather than be investing in policing them in those communities.
I don't know, this seems like this guy's kind of spitting, and this is all stuff that the Democratic constituency would agree with? Question mark? Okay.
And when we talk about the question of quote-unquote defunding the police, it's a question of asking, how do we right-size government away from the racist ideologies that have led us to investing in war material for policing rather than public health for children?
I don't know, like, I think these are pretty reasonable statements here by Abdul. I don't know why people are... And by the way, there's a bunch of, like, quote-unquote liberals
police really need to use...
that were retweeting this fucking troglodytic account, just trying to do this stupid fucking attack, when he made it very clear it's about allocation of resources. But then again, Blue MAGA, being basically no different than MAGA, whoa, what a fucking shock. But anywho, this was all about shitting on Haley Stevens, who's probably one of the most, like, strange fucking weirdos that the Democrats are trying to put up in order to try to push back against the progressive wave that is happening all across America, which is only going to keep happening and happening. And they're probably going to do everything possible to try to defeat Abdul al-Sayed in this fucking primary, because again, like I mentioned before, Michigan, bit of a purple state, right? If Abdul al-Sayed is able to win as an unabashed progressive within a purple state like Michigan, then the Democrats have no fucking excuse for running these, like, mealy-mouthed, do-nothing, centrist fucking losers within these fucking races, because it's just going to be like, uh-oh, hey, here's the centrist fucking losers, for example, continuing to lose in these purple states, but here are progressive, left-leaning people winning within these states now. So what's the excuse, Democrats? Guess what? There is no more fucking excuse because, again, the sort of point out of all of this has been made very, very, very fucking clear. The Democrats want to do everything possible in order to continue adhering to fucking capital. That's literally it. Because they all accept the exact same money from the exact same sources that all of these, well, fucking demons constantly have accepted from. And that is the corporations and the rich, and they want to continue that fucking gravy train at all times possible. And instead of, like, allowing anything better to take root and take place within the United States of America, it's much better to have business as usual and the continued pillage and rape of the people of America who have to work hard to barely put food on the fucking table at this point in time, which is, you know, a whole different fucking can of worms in of itself. And Haley Stevens is only going to help to continue to perpetuate that fucking cycle, because she is absolutely not interested in addressing any of the material conditions that have essentially got us here to this particular position to begin with. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. That's been on the fucking loop for a little bit. All right. Let's get started with this. So I've not really had an opportunity to talk about all of the massive heat waves that have been happening throughout Europe. Rest in peace to Europe and Europeans for not having any air conditioning to be able to, I don't know, cool down during the massive heat waves and the heat domes that are becoming more and more prominent as a byproduct of course, climate change. Yep, again, climate change. I think it's like slated to have been the hottest summer in history now, because the climate change is only getting worse and worse and worse throughout the planet because of all the polluting that various Western countries are doing. Yada yada yada. Obviously, President Trump is saying, like, listen, we need to drill, baby, drill, and also get more coal. We need that lovely coal to power our AI data centers. Stupid for many reasons, but whatever. Trump is a dumbass who just wants to give more money to his, like, fossil fuel buddies. Extremely fucking obvious. Like, these heat domes are going to be something that is going to be way more common, and also going to be something that's eventually going to start happening out of season if something is not done about climate change. And by the way, it's not just the UK that's having these massive heat waves, or the people that are also dying within France trying to cool down during all these heat domes and massive heat waves that are going to become more commonplace within the United States within the European Union. But guess what? These exact same heat waves and heat domes are also happening within, well, the United States of America, which is going to cause, like, more wildfires within the western parts of America, specifically within California, because it's so hot, and it's going to make it such that people are not going to want to go outside and go to work because of just how fucking hot it is, because it's just like you just can't do it. And another thing that's also getting worse because of all this is El Nino. El Nino, or El Nino Southern Oscillation, is basically the climate phenomenon that essentially happens, I think, like every 2 to 7 years, and it's a byproduct of the warming phase of the sea surface temperature, and the, of course, cooling phase being La Nina, and it unironically has the sort of adverse effect, as per what Wikipedia is saying, of directly changing a lot of like behaviors of the fucking climate, right? And it's essentially causing more and more superstorms to come into existence. I believe there was a report about this in Democracy Now! I think it was within Thailand, or somewhere in Southeast Asia, where there have been multiple instances of quote-unquote super typhoons happening within that region, right? Like typhoons that have basically been never seen before, with wind speeds that have not been recorded in the past, as well as crazy flooding as a byproduct of those super typhoons. And it's directly because of El Nino, essentially causing the variations of winds and sea surface temperatures within the Pacific Ocean, causing these unironic fucking superstorms and significantly worse climate outcomes within the planet because of global warming, because no one's curtailing their emissions for whatever fucking reason. Hi, Mark Carney. Speaking of not curtailing emissions, but Mark Carney is trying to build a pipeline alongside Alberta with Danielle Smith. I almost forgot her name. The governor, or the premier rather, of Alberta, which is definitely going to be something that really, really helps climate change, which he basically really, really fucking cares about. Yes, that's true, Fox of Fate. El Nino and La Nina also do negatively affect Australia's droughts. That is a fact, right? That's definitely true. Another sort of adverse effect of these weather phenomenon throughout the fucking Pacific, but that's besides the point. Mark has of course gotten a memorandum of understanding with Alberta in order to build this pipeline to apparently make so many fucking jobs for Albertans specifically. Mark, I don't know if you know this, but all this like cowboy LARP and wanting to, I don't know, capitulate to Albertans is not going to work out for you in elections, dude. If anything, it's going to make you way more fucking unpopular. More unpopular than you're already becoming with your own fucking party. Again, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. He is really starting to govern like Stephen Harper. He is unironically Stephen Harper 2.0.
I will say, as a former investor, as a former banker, that if I have a project that gives me payback for Canada, for Alberta, in 5 years, I'll take it. I'll take that any day. And also,
how about fucking Ontario, dude? How about the rest of the fucking goddamn country that's having struggles right now because of the austerity measures that you're deciding to put in because of the terrible fucking economy that's in this goddamn country right now? Like, brother, yeah, building a random fucking pipeline, another pipeline that even Pierre Poilievre said he wanted to do, is really, really gonna fucking help. Like, sure, man, totally.
It does another thing, which is that it makes us more independent. With this project, with TMX, we'll shift from going exporting 98% of our oil to the United States. Nothing wrong with that. But we will shift to about 66% of our oil to the United States. That's a big shift. Means a higher price for all our oil, means more options. And what it also does, and I see this in our discussions in Asia, as I'm sure Premier Smith does, people want to do more with Canada because we can do more with them.
Yes, this whole like argument of middle power stuff, which he also basically does not adhere to because of the Iranians getting bombed. Whatever. We've talked about the whole very good speech that he had at the God, I forget what the name of the fucking conference was with all those world leaders. But yeah, he had that very good speech talking about the middle powers, but obviously he didn't really adhere to any of the principles whatsoever. But whatever. Like, Stephen Harper 2.0 being a fucking hypocrite? Whoa, who would have fucking thought? Yeah, here's what we're actually here to talk about. So there's massive wildfires happening all across Canada. Davos. Thank you, Booming Spinny. Yes, it was Davos. But yes, big old wildfires within Canada. It turns out we too also have wildfires. The last major wildfire that happened was Fort McMurray in Alberta, I believe. And why do I know this? My buddy used to work there while doing contract work with Suncor. He was not there during the massive wildfires in the area, so don't have to concern ourselves about that. But that was what I recall correctly in terms of the massive wildfires here. And for those who may not know, I live in the southern parts of Ontario. Shit basically looked like a fucking Breaking Bad scene. Like, just let me just find something real quick. Just real quick to sort of bring the comparison. Here, this was Toronto today. Bro, who put on the fucking Call of Duty fucking filter on this? Who put the Breaking Bad filter on this fucking city, dude? Like, unironically. This same shit was happening where I was as well. And I live about 40 minutes away from Toronto. So, yeah, this shit, the whole sort of like smoke trail moving on down from the northwestern parts of Ontario. Because would you believe it if this also had something to do with Dougie? Yeah, this definitely had something to do with Dougie. He decided to fucking cut a bunch of the firefighting resources and necessary sort of brush maintenance in order to, well, basically maintain the dead brush within the boreal forest within Canada to prevent fucking wildfires. But whatever. Does Dougie care about the public good and public services? No. Nah. He's never cared about any of that stuff. But we'll get to Dougie. We have a David Dole video talking about the additional details on all of this. But yes, massive wildfire happening in fucking Canada. The smoke of it came on down to the southern parts of Ontario, and it looked like it was basically Breaking Bad. And here's the fucking thing, specifically with a lot of the responses to this. It's not going to be effective because I'm not expecting the proper investment that needs to be made in order to effectively fucking combat these wildfires. It's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme. But what, Mark Carney is going to do the optical thing here. I don't know, talking about, like, the thousands of people being forced to evacuate, doing all the constant fucking thanking for all this and shit like that. But bro, you unironically support building a fucking pipeline and not caring about the climate change initiatives that you ran on and pretended to fucking care about in your dumbass fucking book. So like, which is it, man? Like, which is it? It's very stupid. But here, this is what's currently happening within Ontario. Yeah, just a quick fucking perspective. Ontario, of course, most prosperous and one of the largest provinces within Canada. Yeah, there's fucking wildfires happening all over the place right now. It's fucking crazy, dude. So put it in perspective, this is a map of Ontario showing where the wildfires are. I'm having trouble breathing in Toronto. Yeah, this person lives in Toronto, dude. And I went outside as well. I definitely felt a little something. I felt a little something there. It was not particularly great. Because of all the fucking smoke that's all over the place. It's everywhere, dude. It's crazy. At least a 14-hour drive, drive over 1,359 kilometers. Ontario is bigger than Egypt, Japan, France, Germany, etc. This is absolutely catastrophic. And of course, this person here is talking about, Ontario is currently on fucking fire, and the smoke is literally getting everywhere. Like, I'm like 40 minutes away from from Toronto, and we also had the fucking smoke. And yeah, just another sort of like map here showing all the fires that are currently happening all over the place in Canada. Like, my fucking dumbass chat window is in the way a little bit. Yeah, there's also a lot in Quebec and also Newfoundland and Labrador. They're literally everywhere. The fucking goddamn state is on fire right now. Like, it's genuinely insane. But David Dole, who I believe is also an Ontario resident. Many Ontario residents here. Well, I mean, it's where the majority of the population lives. Whatever. Also talking about this, I like just the country being on fire. Ontario being on fire. Very, very cool. What do we got here? It's a big fire. Thank you, YouTube.
Who needs a tan when the air itself makes you look orange? That's what we're dealing with right now in Ontario, with wildfires raging in the north and people in power doing absolutely nothing about it. So in this video, I'm going to break down how we got here, including comments about Doug Ford, about Mark Carney, and we'll also include Pierre Poilievre at the end, because why not? But actually, I want to just first show you. If I turn the lights off in this studio, you can see the window coming in and turning me orange, because that's how the sky looks right now. As Toronto...
I literally woke up today... And I looked outside the window. I'm like, bro, why the fuck is everything orange? What the fuck is going on? Like, hello? I talked with my roommate, and we basically were just yapping about it. It's like is there like something going on that I'm unaware of? Why is everything orange? Why are we all in Breaking Bad all of a sudden? Like, what the fuck is going on? And he tells me that, yeah, there's a bunch of wildfires going on. I'm like, bro, what? Like, we've had wildfires before in Canada. Like, the main example that I pointed out to was, of course, Fort McMurray. That was years ago, and it was a huge wildfire. You know, forced the town to basically evacuate and everything, right? A bunch of shit got fucking burnt down. Dude, like, the smoke that came down from that, I don't know if it was as bad as this in particular, but yeah, if it's as bad as it is, where Toronto now has the worst air quality in the entire world right now because of this, that's how you know it was really bad.
Currently has the worst air quality in the entire world. This is according to the
Let's
IQ
go.
Air list, the most polluted global major city ranking. Toronto.
Wait, Jerusalem is 5th? Really? That's fucking hilarious.
Number one. We're not number one in really anything else, but we're number one in the worst air quality. And that's supposedly going to last at least until Friday, based on where the smoke is coming from and how the winds are blowing. I'll get to more reporting on that in a second. But first, some more images from around. This from Devin Haru, who shared this. That's basically how things look. Some other images here from Steve Russell. This is a
dude. It's the Breaking Bad filter. We got the Modern Warfare filter on, guys.
Yeah, photojournalist. Some I would call them beautiful images because they are very nice pictures, but except for the fact that everything
is orange.
Dangerous. But one more here from Mark Robinson of the Weather Network, sharing video.
Bro, this is in Guelph, man. Bro is in Guelph. Guelph is not that far from where I'm at. Okay, dude.
From Mark Robinson of the Weather Network, sharing video. Everything just a little bit hazy. And
it's a little orange, guys.
Actually, if you want to live in BC, it smells like you're living in BC. Somebody in Ontario. Last time I visited BC, the entire week it smelled like smoke. I'm not sure how often you people have to deal with that, but
it was also very woody. You know, like burnt wood. That's what I also smelled as well.
It was not great to breathe in the whole week. That said, here's what we're currently dealing with. Environment Canada's air quality warnings are active from Thunder Bay to Kingston and down to London, as several First Nations communities in northwestern Ontario under mandatory evacuation orders due to forest fires. And as I said, that smoke's going to last until at least Friday. Here is...
And yeah, by the way, that was... that's what, yeah, we do have a bunch of reservations in the northern parts of Ontario. Yeah, they're going to have to start leaving and packing up, and I don't know what the fuck they're going to do with them specifically. It's not great, guys. Oh yeah, and this video has been making the rounds here. The CN National Railway Company, where they're like some dudes basically stuck in a train while a wildfire is raging around them. Definitely spooky stuff here.
This is what's happening in the belly of the beast. This is Armstrong, Ontario, where this train was going through it.
This could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary. No. Holy shit.
How is he so calm? Bro's like, oh yeah, it's looking a little weird here, there, bud. There's just fire all over the place, so we may get overtaken. It's kind of spooky, bro. Like, can you not, like, what's going on with the train, bro, buddy? Like, can you like get out, bro? like just drive the train, man. I believe in you.
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look over there.
Is the train down or something? Does it not work? Like, what's going on? That's what I'm the most curious about.
You guys got a light now or what? Did you guys get that light? Oh yeah, they're clipping. Whew! That's a meat and a half, eh?
That's a meat and a half.
All right, I can't imagine sitting there in that. That they have the
trains can't run in extreme temperatures. Now, listen, clearly you have not used trains in Factorio because for whatever reason, you can run them in a fucking lava planet.
confidence to sit there and take some videos before they left. Insane.
Pretty fucking wild.
CBNews reached out to CN for details, including the location, time, and nature of the operation. Spokesperson for the railway wrote back to confirm that the crew was safely evacuated from the area, but offered no other details. So far, no statement.
That's good, I guess.
CN Rail, no statement from Doug Ford, no statement from Mark Carney. There really appears to be just this desire to pretend none of this is happening. Meanwhile, politicians in power are doing everything that they can to claw back any sort of regulations around climate change, including cutting money to controlling wildfires, which I'll get to in just a second here. But here's the
yeah, should we not be surprised at all that, again, all these like motherfuckers, all they do is they just want to make a bunch of money in the short term. Damn the fucking consequences. It's all about making money for all of your pedophilic, avaricious billionaire buddies within the annals of power. Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised by this whatsoever. I've been in LA during huge wildfires, and the way the sky turns orange here is scary. It's probably because of, again, the type of wood that's being burnt. Specifically, if we take a look at the map, this is the boreal forest right around here, right? The big old forests that exist within Canada. One of the things that Canada is known for specifically is we have like basically up until you get to the tundra here within the Northern Territories, it's a gigantic fucking forest, huge forest, and a bunch of various different kinds of trees, you know, spruce, firs, blah 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 blah. That may have been the reason for as to why the flames were orange, in particular, but you know, the that may be the reasoning why it's not like red like it was for you guys. I think it just depends purely on the type of, I guess, like foliage and what's like getting burnt or something, but whatever. Wait, you guys imported eucalyptic trees from here? Really? They did that in LA? That's funny.
The map of fires all across North America, but if you go down, you're the ones all the way in Ontario, or I should say Northern Ontario. That smoke is coming down to fill the more populated regions of the province.
We're getting smoked
now,
out.
These images in this video I'm going to show you really blew me away. This is from Collins, Ontario. Community members did not have much time to escape.
Bro, look at this fucking plume of smoke, man. That's insane. Dude, it looks like a volcano, like unironically, like a volcano just erupted. It's like, honestly, like, maybe not even a volcano. Like, this would be a gigantic volcano, to be honest. Like, it's like, the, you know, the big ass fucking ash clouds that you see coming out of the top. It's pretty fucking wild, man, just to see this. And also, it's in Canada, of all places. Like, you would not think Canada is capable of giant fucking wildfires. But hey, I'm telling you, it's going to only become more and more common as the world burns more and more as a byproduct of climate change. And also, fire prevention measures getting defunded because of all the austerity that's happening.
Just absolute insane imagery. And here's a video that was shared. All right, I've watched this now.
It's so wild, bro.
And it's hard to internalize what is going on here. The scale of this. You know, I thought it was bad enough going outside and seeing an orange sky and smelling smoke. Imagine actually being there where the fires are taking place. Your home being there. Tyler writing here.
Bro, imagine the fucking smell. Right? Because that's like the literal fucking smoke. The literal fire is right there. Like, I felt it a little bit when I was outside, right? Like, there was just like, it felt a little smoky, just like a tiny little bit. I can only imagine how fucking strong it is right at the fire's location.
Apparently lost their home in this. As of recording this, I don't know how many people lost their homes, but clearly a lot of people still live in these areas. It isn't just forest fires.
Probably a lot of people.
Okay if it was, but you have here people living in these areas whose lives have now been completely upended. And none of this is being taken seriously by anybody in a position of power. This gets us to Doug Ford and what's happened up to this point. So the Wall Street article from a couple days ago, Canada's primed to burn. Why aren't we ready? The country still lacks the people and equipment to handle our record-breaking wildfires. Again, it's worth acknowledging. This article came out a couple days before we were now experiencing what we were seeing. So
the walrus was some fucking foresight. But yeah, of course, Whoa, should we really be surprised that Dougie over here actively defunded the effective measures in order to stop wildfires like this? Because again, the way you stop stuff like this is by making sure this you quote unquote as the no, Doug Ford was not the meth one. That was Rob Ford who was the meth one. This guy is just a fucking asshole, basically. It's the raking of the leaves. You need to rake the leaves. The thing that like Donald Trump was making fun of California for, when there's actually a very specific reason for as to why you quote unquote rake the fucking leaves, aka dead foliage, because dead foliage can very easily catch on fire, and if there's enough dead foliage and the fire can easily spread to more burnable material, you have an out-of-control wildfire. That's how that works, Trump.
Oh, they write, last year, Doug Ford decreased the province's budget for emergency forest firefighting by $177 million to $135 million, with a $4 million cut from emergency preparedness. According to the budget, the province ended up spending double that. This year, the province earmarked $150 million. So, despite what we are seeing consistently, almost every year, if not every year, these wildfires.
Whoa, we have to spend more and more money on fighting wildfires because we're not actually doing the necessary preventative fucking measures in order to combat them at the fucking source. But whatever, it's stupid.
The Ford government has continued to slash the budget for forest firefighting and emergency preparedness to maybe try and prevent the insanity that we are witnessing on a consistent basis. Maybe go back to 2023. Same thing here. Ford's reckless budget cuts putting lives at risk. So there were ongoing wildfires back then. And at the time, Doug Ford's government slashed forest firefighting budget by a staggering 67%, or $142.2 million, according to their budget. So
listen, guys, we have to make sure that Doug Ford's buddies, all of his like real estate or fucking buddies, get as much money as possible, dude. They have to get all the money, bro.
While all these wildfires are raging, yet another major story comes out showcasing just how much money the Doug Ford government is wasting. This from Tina Yazdani, who is now a journalist at Trillium, writing, a total of 16 Ford government MPPs have billed taxpayers a combined over $100,000 for short-term Toronto accommodations in recent years. These are people that live...
Dude, they wanted to get those swanky fucking luxury condos that the conservatives were the only ones who fucking approved the buildings of. Yo, that's fucking awesome, dude. It really is just, you know, I'm in a position of power. Fuck you. I'm kicking the ladder from up under you can go eat shit and fucking die. Constituents of fucking Canada. Dude, I love conservatives, man. They're just my absolute favoriteest people.
In and around Toronto, staying apparently in hotels on the taxpayer dime. Now you may point out,
That's
but it's just $100,000, which it's funny because I would kind of agree with you because of how much money this government is known to waste. $100,000 doesn't seem like a big deal when you had
I mean, considering the fact it's $100,000 of like, again, taxpayer dollars, and here's the thing, that's not the only thing that they waste money on. They waste money on so many different like rules and fucking regulations and different accommodations. Like, for fuck's sake, like Doug Ford on the taxpayer's dime bought a fucking private jet, and he's trying to refurbish Toronto's local fucking airport in order to fucking accommodate it. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
$100 million in grant money being handed to clients of a lobby firm connected to Doug Ford.
Of course.
And this is a story that I think I did several videos on at the time. Just again and again and again. There are so many examples of how Doug Ford is cutting things like education, healthcare, obviously fighting forest.
Don't fucking talk with any of the nurses. All the nurses that I fucking know get pissed all the time about all the dumbass cuts that Doug Ford's been constantly doing as premier. Like, he is really fucking terrible, and the only reason why he's still staying in power is because turnout during the last election was fucking terrible, because the opposition is incredibly uninspiring in this fucking province.
Fires, meanwhile handing money to his rich friends. But not to be outdone, Prime Minister Mark Carney, who is a Liberal Party Prime Minister, so you would think, maybe, hey, maybe he's got some better priorities. Maybe he actually acknowledges science and reality and what is...
I mean, listen, we already brought it up, but this dumbass wants to build a fucking pipeline like Pierre Poilievre. Yo, so fucking cool. Yeah, Mark, totally. Even though, like, one of the Greenpeace activists who's currently, like, a Liberal MP right now, I forget his name. I'm really bad with names. We did a video on him as well. Who unironically said that, I don't even know who this Mark Carney is. Like, who is this guy? I don't know who Prime Minister Carney is. I know who Mark Carney is. I don't know who Prime Minister Carney is, because he's like doing everything possible to just go back on all of the quote unquote principles that he used to have, not only expressed in his goofy ass book, but also the stuff that he pretended to care about in terms of climate change.
Really happening. But no, because Mark Carney clearly shows us, once again, what he cares about is privatizing the gains and socializing the losses, with prioritizing a new pipeline while dropping climate ambition. You know, I've done many videos.
Dude, I fucking love austerity. It's so cool, guys.
Now, Mark Carney, who this guy actually is. I have a whole video discussing Mark Carney shows us his true self. There's no hiding anymore. This is a conservative. You might as well put Stephen Harper in there, and some may argue he's actually worse than Stephen Harper, because there really is no pushback on what he's doing. Because he has the label of a liberal, many people just assume, oh, okay, this is some centrist, so even if I may not agree with him on some things, well...
I don't think I 100% agree here with David Dole. There has been more and more interviews coming out of liberal voters saying, like, yeah, are you satisfied with Mark Carney? And they have been consistently saying, no, he's governing like a conservative. I do not like the fact that he's governing like a conservative.
Well, you know, it's not as bad as it could be. He is living the Pierre Poilievre strategy. He is doing what Pierre Poilievre only wished he could have done. Except if Pierre Poilievre was doing it, he would have the entire country after him, because there would be an acknowledgement of, hey, this is exactly the guy that we thought he was. Meanwhile, Mark Carney played a little switcheroo, running as somebody who was going to stand up for Canada, building Canada back strong. And what he meant by that was building the interests of capital back strong. What he meant was giving money to private interests while screwing everybody else. So you have here yet another example of that. Days before the announcement, Carney told Canadians his government was making changes in order to grow the oil and gas industry, which, let's acknowledge, is not public. We are talking about him deciding to grow private interests, and noted that...
And not to mention how everything's being done through, like, public-private fucking partnerships, those fucking abominations from the United States of America. Yeah, man, this is really going to be within the interest of the public good. Meanwhile, he's like constantly cutting a bunch of differing jobs and positions from like the public services within Canada. Like, it's cutting a bunch of like social safety nets as well. Went ahead with a cut on capital gains tax as well. This is going to turn out really, really well for the Canadian economy. But I mean, at least the rich benefit. So in Carney's eyes, that's totally okay.
That these changes will lead to higher emissions in the next few years compared to the goals set by his liberal predecessor, Justin Trudeau. Canada is mandated by its own Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act of 2021 to reduce emissions by 40 to 45% by 2030 as compared to 2005 levels. While because of that, there is now an attempt to, through legal action, try and pull Carney back in the direction of objective reality and science. Youth unite with advocacy groups to take federal government to court for planning to fail on...
And here's the thing, like, capital really does have, like, this inherent ability to just make people, like, not, like, think, to not agree with reality anymore, because that's what it is. Like, this is not an adherence to reality. This isn't a complete fucking, like, goo goo gaga sort of adherence to, guys, if we just make even more money, as much money as we fucking can, it'll totally work out, dude. It will totally work out. We'll totally be able to sort of just, yeah, guys, we'll be able to climb out of this fucking hole if we just give way more money to the corporations. This is totally going to happen. Private interests have always saved us. Let's continue to cut public services and have the corporations take care of us. Very, very cool.
2030 climate target. So I will link to this below in case you want to read through it, but essentially these groups are coming together to try and pull Canada back to what it agreed it was going to do to begin with. Meanwhile, you have, again, I did a video on this as well, when the former environment...
Gilbeault, that was his name. Yeah, I'm really bad at names.
Minister Stephen Guilbeault left the Liberal Party, and actually, I should say, announced he's leaving. I'm not sure if he's technically left yet, but he's on his way out. And it's over how Carney has been acting around climate, not taking it seriously. And that whole video is here. You should go check it out in case you missed it. And last thing here, Pierre Poilievre.
Hi, Pierre.
I mean, how long is this video? 3 minutes? Good God. I would love to know the numbers on how many people actually watched this whole video at one-time speed. Because...
Bro, look at his fucking face, man. Bro, God... Okay, we're doing some phrenological analysis. Dude, why are your fucking eyes squinting that bad, bro? Like, what the fuck is going on here? And his, like, dumbass fucking smirk on his face, he's trying to say, like, well, it looks like, guys, the end of the world is not totally here. Yeah, bro. I mean, you say that to the fucking country that's currently burning down right now. But, yeah, let's continue to do the exact same, like, MAGA culture war, like, 3 IQ bullshit. Where he's just like, don't worry, guys, I'm totally going to fix everything and make Canada fucking stronger. And yeah, and it's just like, okay, bro, like, Trump didn't even fucking fuck with you at all. He fucked with Mark Carney more. It's just like, shut the fuck up, you weirdo.
He is so hard to listen to. But this was put out, like, just to show you how much of a clown this man is. This video was put out yesterday about how there's nothing to worry about
no one
climate
likes
change.
him.
No big deal because Mark...
By the way, like, recent polling has of like approval ratings of the party of the parties has come out. The Conservatives have lost, I think, about 6 or 7 points, and the NDP has gone up by about 9.
Mark Carney isn't taking it seriously anymore, which, yeah, he's correct to point that out, how Mark Carney has no actual beliefs. But that doesn't make you better by never caring about climate change. So he's trying to, have a victory lap here by saying...
Also, Pierre, you don't have any fucking beliefs whatsoever, dude. You just basically adopt all the MAGA talking points and just try to put, like, a Canadian twist on it. But unfortunately, you sound like Ron DeSantis too much, so you're not able to do it very well.
See, I was right all along. Meanwhile, the entire country's burning.
Good news, everyone. The world is not coming to an end after all.
Don't worry, kids, about climate change. Don't worry about taking action on the planet. Enjoy your 10 hours in the car and let the planet burn.
This is a big development. After all, over the last decade, Mark Carney's been telling...
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, country's kind of on fire, guys. I don't know. Also, like, what the fuck? Like, this is something that Pierre Poilievre does all the fucking time. He keeps constantly saying... Like, this is something that the administration before used to do, right? Saying like, oh yeah, dude, this is something that Mark Carney is currently fucking talking about. This is something that Mark Carney has currently fucking done. It's just like, no, the fuck he hasn't, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you so fucking stupid? This is all a rhetorical question, of course. It's because it's Pierre Poilievre, and we're dealing with someone who's not very serious.
us all that oil and gas was a, quote, existential threat to the planet and climate. In plain English, that means that the world could cease to exist.
We're in a climate crisis. You need a plan to get out of it.
But in a YouTube video the other day, he changed his mind. In fact, he now says we no longer need to meet our emissions reductions targets at all. He founded the Net Zero Alliance of banks committed to starving oil and gas of investment.
Which is why you need things like GFANs that are relentlessly, ruthlessly...
Dude, it's on our... okay, when Pierre Poilievre was talking about being salty that Mark Carney was basically taking his talking points and his policies, he's like, he's copying conservative policy prescriptions. He's basically getting proven right with this current fucking pipeline bullshit and wanting to take away funding and from like climate initiatives within Canada. It's fucking goofy, man.
Absolutely focused on that transition to net zero.
He even said that more people would die of climate change in 1 year than died throughout all of COVID.
But Mark Carney was not wrong, which is why this entire Pierre Poilievre video is so hilarious to me, because he's taking this victory lap when Mark Carney is coming to his incorrect position. So at the time, Mark Carney climate crisis deaths will be worse than COVID. This is it.
That's a really good point there by David Dole. The thing is that Pierre Poilievre is still incorrect in terms of his position. It's just that Carney has decided to come to that fucking position in particular. That's the fucking issue, but Pierre Poilievre doesn't care about any of this because he's an idiot.
In 2021, he went on to say at the time, when you look at climate change from a human mortality perspective, it will be the equivalent of a coronavirus crisis every year from the middle of this century, and every year, not just a one-off event. So it is an issue that needs to be addressed now. Speaking to things like deaths from heat, I mean, we already saw this a couple days ago. Europe recorded 10,000 excess deaths during late June heat wave, data shows. You also have research reviewed
10,000. That's how much it went. I remember only reading about like the 40 deaths of the people who fucking drowned within France. It's 10,000 people have died because of that massive heat wave from that heat dome that we talked about fucking earlier. It's genuinely insane, man.
Revealing more people died from hot or cold weather conditions than COVID-19 in parts of the UK. Another research, this from University of Chicago, saying climate change could cause more annual deaths than infectious disease by 2100. So what Mark Carney was saying at the time was not off base with what scientists are saying. What he is doing now is off base with what scientists are saying. The fact that he's coming to Pierre Poilievre's incorrect position does not make Pierre Poilievre a good politician or somebody who was right when he was wrong the entire time. Anyways, let me know how you're dealing with all this in the comments below, because just one of the things that really infuriates me is just how little people in power actually care about objective reality. How the focus is so much about short-term benefits for private interests while completely ignoring, at best ignoring, the long-term impact on society. Hey folks, if you enjoyed this video...
Well, listen, David, you are correct rhetorically speaking in terms of bringing this all up. It's because they hate you. That's all that it is. It's actually really simple. The people in power fucking hate you. They want to do everything possible in order to make you fucking suffer. and it's all about doing everything possible to fuck over the little guy and, again, funnel more capital and resources up to the fucking top. That's literally it. It's stupid. It's fucking ridiculous. And should we really be surprised at all that this is the current behavior of the people within power? No, we should really not be. But yeah, like, what else is there to really say? Whoa, it turns out everything's only going to get worse and worse and worse in terms of more heat waves, more droughts, more super storms that are going to destroy more and more cities and towns throughout the fucking world, which is only going to cause more and more fucking suffering for everyone all across the world. But it's okay, guys. Currently, the people within power, like Mark Carney, are going to build pipelines and continue to drill for more oil and gas. The direct things that have caused this current, problem that we're facing right now in terms of more adverse weather effects, more heat waves, more people fucking dying for what exactly? Oh, got to make sure that the CEO can get a, better golden parachute when they eventually fuck off into their prepper bunkers in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere when inevitably the world goes to shit because of their inaction in terms of reining this all in and trying to actually introduce some common sense fucking legislation and regulation to the current malaise that we find ourselves under. We really should not be surprised that the current people within power, that being the oligarchs, not the politicians, they don't give a fuck. It's really the oligarchs who are currently in a position of power, who are basically doing everything possible in order to make the lives of people significantly fucking worse. Shouldn't be really surprised by that whatsoever. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides it's very obvious and clear that Mark Carney is just Stephen Harper 2.0 and that the people within power just fucking hate your guts. Alright. What are we rating out to today? Why don't we raid out to neurodetergent? Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the trans stride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. So I will show appreciation. Those are Internet Keys Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be satisfying our factory and continuing to yap about Troll Despair. Yes, Troll Despair. We love Troll Despair. We love Despair. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.